Morella by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Morella by Edgar Allan Poe. Itself, by itself, solely, one everlasting and single. Plato. Sympos. With a feeling of deep, yet most singular affection I regarded my friend Morella. Thrown by accident into her society many years ago, my soul, from our first meeting, burned with fires it had never before known. But the fires were not of Eros, and bitter and tormenting it to my spirit was the gradual conviction that I could in no manner define their unusual meaning, or regulate their vague intensity. Yet we met, and fate bound us together at the altar, and I never spoke of passion, nor thought of love. She, however, shunned society, and, attaching herself to me alone, rendered me happy. It is a happiness to wonder, it is a happiness to dream. Morella's erudition was profound. As I hoped to live, her talents were of no common order. Her powers of mind were gigantic. I felt this, and in many matters became her pupil. I soon, however, found that, perhaps on account of her Prosperg education, she placed before me a number of those mystical writings which are usually considered the mere dross of the early German literature. These, for whatever reason I could not imagine, were her favourite and constant study, and that in process of time they became my own should be attributed to the simple but effectual influence of habit and example. In all this, if I err not, my reason had little to do. My convictions, or I forget myself, were in no manner acted upon by the ideal, nor was any tincture of the mysticism which I read to be discovered, unless I am greatly mistaken, either in my deeds or in my thoughts. Persuaded of this, I abandoned myself implicitly to the guidance of my wife, and entered with an unflinching heart into the intricacies of her studies. And then, when poring over forbidden pages, I felt a forbidden spirit enkindling within me, would Morella place her cold hand upon my own, and rake up from the ashes of a dead philosophy some low, singular words, whose strange meaning burned themselves in upon my memory. And then, hour after hour, would I linger by her side, and dwell upon the music of her voice, until at length its melody was tainted with terror, and there fell a shadow upon my soul, and I grew pale, and shuddered inwardly at those two unearthly tones. And thus joy suddenly faded into horror, and the most beautiful became the most hideous, as Hinnon became Gehenna. It is unnecessary to state the exact character of those disquisitions which, growing out of the volumes I have mentioned, formed, for so long a time, almost the sole conversation of Morella and myself. By the learned in what might be termed theological morality they will be readily conceived, and by the unlearned they would, at all events, be little understood. The wild pantheism of Fichte, the modified Pelaginedia of the Pythagoreans, and, above all, the doctrines of identity as urged by Schelling, were generally the points of discussion presenting the most of beauty to the imaginative Morella. That identity which is termed personal, Mr. Locke, I think, truly defines to consist in the saneness of rational being. And since by person we understand an intelligent essence having reason, and since there is a consciousness which always accompanies thinking, it is this which makes us all to be that which we call ourselves, thereby distinguishing us from other beings that think, and giving us our personal identity. But the principium individuationis, the notion of that identity which at death is or is not lost for ever, was to me, at all times, a consideration of intense interest, not more from the perplexing and exciting nature of its consequences, than from the marked and agitated manner in which Morella mentioned them. But, indeed, the time had now arrived when the mystery of my wife's manner oppressed me as a spell. I could no longer bear the touch of her wan fingers, nor the low tone of her musical language, nor the lustre of her melancholy eyes. And she knew all this, but did not upbraid. She seemed conscious of my weakness or my folly, and, smiling, called it fate. She seemed also conscious of a cause, to me unknown, for the gradual alienation of my regard, but she gave me no hint or token of its nature. Yet was she woman, and pined away daily. In time the crimson spot settled steadily upon the cheek, and the blue veins upon the pale forehead became prominent. In one instant my nature melted into pity, but in next I met the glance of her meaning eyes, and then my soul sickened and became giddy with the giddiness of one who gazes downward into some dreary and unfathomable abyss. Shall I then say that I longed with an earnest and consuming desire for the moment of Morella's decease? I did, but the fragile spirit clung to its tenement of clay for many days, for many weeks and irksome months, until my tortured nerves obtained the mastery over my mind, and I grew furious through delay, and, with the heart of a fiend, cursed the days and the hours and the bitter moments, which seemed to lengthen and lengthen as her gentle life declined, like shadows in the dying of the day. But one autumnal evening, when the winds lay still in heaven, Morella called me to her bedside. There was a dim mist over all the earth, and a warm glow upon the waters, and amid the rich October leaves of the forest, a rainbow from the firmament had surely fallen. "It is a day of days," she said, as I approached, "a day of all days, either to live or die. It is a fair day for the sons of earth and life. Ah, more fair for the daughters of heaven and death." I kissed her forehead, and she continued, "I am dying, yet shall I live." "Morella!" "The days have never been when thou couldst love me, but her whom in life thou didst abhor, in death thou shalt adore." "Morella!" "I repeat I am dying, but within me is a pledge of that affection, ah, how little, which thou didst feel for me, Morella. And when my spirit departs shall the child live, thy child and mine, Morella's. But thy days shall be days of sorrow, that sorrow which is the most lasting of impressions, as the cypress is the most enduring of trees. For the hours of thy happiness are over, and joy is not gathered twice in a life, as the roses of Paestum twice in a year. Thou shalt no longer, then, play the Teian with time, but, being ignorant of the myrtle and the vine, thou shalt bear about with thee thy shroud on the earth, as do the Moslemeen at Mecca." "Morella!" I cried. "Morella, how knowest thou this?" But she turned away her face upon the pillow, and a slight tremor coming over her limbs, she thus died, and I heard her voice no more. Yet, as she had foretold, her child, to which in dying she had given birth, which breathed not until the mother breathed no more, her child, a daughter, lived, and she grew strangely in stature and intellect, and was the perfect resemblance of her who had departed, and I loved her with a love more fervent than I had believed it possible to feel for any denizen of earth. But ere long the heaven of this pure affection became darkened, and gloom and horror and grief swept over it in clouds. I said the child grew strangely in stature and intelligence. Strange, indeed, was her rapid increase in bodily size, but terrible, oh, terrible were the tumultuous thoughts which crowded upon me while watching the development of her mental being. Could it be otherwise, when I daily discovered in the conceptions of the child the adult powers and faculties of the woman, when the lessons of experience fell from the lips of infancy, and when the wisdom or the passions of maturity I found hourly gleaming from its full and speculative eye? When, I say, all this became evident to my appalled senses, when I could no longer hide it from my soul, nor throw it off from those perceptions which trembled to receive it, is it to be wondered at that suspicions of a nature fearful and exciting crept in upon my spirit, or that my thoughts fell back aghast upon the wild tales and thrilling theories of the entombed Morella? I snatched from the scrutiny of the world a being whom destiny compelled me to adore, and in the rigorous seclusion of my home watched with an agonizing anxiety over all which concerned the beloved. And as years rolled away, and I gazed day after day upon her holy and mild and eloquent face, and pored over her maturing form, day after day did I discover new points of resemblance in the child to her mother, the melancholy and the dead, and hourly grew darker these shadows of similitude, and more full and more definite and more perplexing and more hideously terrible in their aspect. For that her smile was like her mother's I could bear, but then I shuddered at its too perfect identity. That her eyes were like Morella's I could endure, but then they, too, often looked down into the depths of my soul with Morella's own intense and bewildering meaning. And in the contour of the high forehead, and in the ringlets of the silken hair, and in the wan fingers which buried themselves therein, and in the sad musical tones of her speech, and above all, oh, above all, in the phrases and expressions of the dead on the lips of the loved and the living, I found food for consuming thought and horror, for a worm that would not die. Thus passed away 2 lustra of her life, and as yet my daughter remained nameless upon the earth. My child and my love were the designations usually prompted by a father's affection, and the rigid seclusion of her days precluded all other intercourse. Morella's name died with her at her death. Of the mother I had never spoken to the daughter. It was impossible to speak. Indeed, during the brief period of her existence, the latter had received no impressions from the outward world, save such as might have been afforded by the narrow limits of her privacy. But at length the ceremony of baptism presented to my mind, in its unnerved and agitated condition, a present deliverance from the terrors of my destiny. And at the baptismal font I hesitated for a name, and many titles of the wise and beautiful, of old and modern times, of my own and foreign lands, came thronging to my lips, with many, many fair titles of the gentle, and the happy, and the good. What prompted me then to disturb the memory of the buried dead? What demon urged me to breathe that sound, which in its very recollection was wont to make ebb the purple blood in torrents from the temples to the heart? What fiend spoke from the recesses of my soul, when amid those dim aisles, and in the silence of the night, I whispered within the ears of the holy man the syllables, Morella? What more than fiend convulsed the features of my child, and overspread them with hues of death, as starting at that scarcely audible sound, she turned her glassy eyes from the earth to heaven, and falling prostrate on the black slabs of our ancestral vault, responded, I am here! Distinct, coldly, calmly distinct, fell those few simple sounds within my ear, and thence like molten lead rolled hissingly into my brain. Years may pass away, but the memory of that epoch never. Nor was I indeed ignorant of the flowers and the vine, but the hemlock and the cypress overshadowed me night and day, and I kept no reckoning of time or place, and the stars of my fate faded from heaven, and therefore the earth grew dark, and its figures passed by me like flitting shadows, and among them all I beheld only Morella. The winds of the firmament breathed but one sound within my ears, and the ripples upon the sea murmured evermore, Morella. But she died, and with my own hands I bore her to the tomb, and I laughed with a long and bitter laugh as I found no traces of the first, in the channel where I laid the second, Morella. Morella, by Edgar Allan Poe. Read by Jesse Noir.
The Mouse by Saki. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Charles Culbertson of Stanton, Virginia. The Mouse by Saki. Theodoric of Voller had been brought up, from infancy to the confines of middle age, by a fond mother whose chief solicitude had been to keep him screened from what she called the coarser realities of life. When she died, she left Theodoric alone in a world that was as real as ever, and a good deal coarser than he considered it had any need to be. To a man of his temperament and upbringing, even a simple railway journey was crammed with petty annoyances and minor discords, and as he settled himself down in a second-class compartment one September morning, he was conscious of ruffled feelings and general mental discomposure. He had been staying at a country vicarage, the inmates of which had been certainly neither brutal nor bacchanalian, but their supervision of the domestic establishment had been of that lax order which invites disaster. The pony carriage that was to take him to the station had never been properly ordered, and when the moment for his departure drew near, the handyman who should have produced the required article was nowhere to be found. In this emergency, Theodoric, to his mute but very intense disgust, found himself obliged to collaborate with the vicar's daughter in the task of harnessing the pony, which necessitated groping about in an ill-lighted outbuilding called a stable, and smelling very like one, except in patches where it smelled of mice. Without being actually afraid of mice, Theodoric classed them among the coarser incidents of life, and considered that Providence, with a little exercise of moral courage, might long ago have recognized that they were not indispensable, and have withdrawn them from circulation. As the train glided out of the station, Theodoric's nervous imagination accused himself of exhaling a weak odor of stable-yard, and possibly of displaying a moldy straw or two on his unusually well-brushed garments. Fortunately, the only other occupation of the compartment, a lady of about the same age as himself, seemed inclined for slumber rather than scrutiny. The train was not due to stop till the terminus was reached in about an hour's time, and the carriage was of the old-fashioned sort that held no communication with a corridor. Therefore, no further traveling companions were likely to intrude on Theodoric's semi-privacy. And yet the train had scarcely attained its normal speed before he became reluctantly but vividly aware that he was not alone with the slumbering lady. He was not even alone in his own clothes. A warm, creeping movement over his flesh betrayed the unwelcome and highly resented presence, unseen but poignant, of a strayed mouse that had evidently dashed into its present retreat during the episode of the pony harnessing. Furtive stamps and shakes and wildly directed pinches failed to dislodge the intruder, whose motto indeed seemed to be Excelsior. And the lawful occupant of the clothes lay back against the cushions and endeavored rapidly to evolve some means for putting an end to the dual ownership. It was unthinkable that he should continue for the space of a whole hour in the horrible position of a Rowton house for vagrant mice. Already his imagination had at least doubled the numbers of the alien invasion. On the other hand, nothing less drastic than partial disrobing would ease him of his tormentor, and to undress in the presence of a lady, even for so laudable a purpose, was an idea that made his ear-tips tingle in a blush of abject shame. He had never been able to bring himself even to the mild exposure of open-work socks in the presence of the fair sex. And yet the lady in this case was, to all appearances, soundly and securely asleep. The mouse, on the other hand, seemed to be trying to crowd a Wanderjahr into a few strenuous minutes. If there is any truth in the theory of transmigration, this particular mouse must certainly have been in a former state a member of the Alpine Club. Sometimes in its eagerness it lost its footing and slipped for half an inch or so, and then, in fright, or more probably temper, it bit. Theodoric was goaded into the most audacious undertaking of his life. Crimsoning to the hue of a beetroot, and keeping an agonized watch on his slumbering fellow-traveler, he swiftly and noiselessly secured the ends of his railway rug to the racks on either side of the carriage, so that a substantial curtain hung athwart the compartment. In the narrow dressing-room that he had thus improvised, he proceeded with violent haste to extricate himself partially, and the mouse entirely, from the surrounding casings of tweed and half-wool. As the unraveled mouse gave a wild leap to the floor, the rug, slipping its fastening at either end, also came down with a heart-curdling flop, and almost simultaneously the awakened sleeper opened her eyes. With a movement almost quicker than the mouse's, Theodoric pounced on the rug and hauled its ample folds chin high over his dismantled person as he collapsed into the farther corner of the carriage. The blood raced and beat in the veins of his neck and forehead, while he waited dumbly for the communication cord to be pulled. The lady, however, contented herself with a silent stare at her strangely muffled companion. How much had she seen, Theodoric queried to himself, and in any case, what on earth must she think of his present posture? "I think I have caught a chill," he ventured desperately. "Really, I'm sorry," she replied. "I was just going to ask you if you would open this window." "I fancy it's malaria," he added, his teeth chattering slightly, as much from fright as from a desire to support his theory. "I've got some brandy in my hold-all, if you'll kindly reach it down for me," said his companion. "Not for worlds. I mean, I never take anything for it," he assured her earnestly. "I suppose you caught it in the tropics?" Theodoric, whose acquaintance with the tropics was limited to an annual present of a chest of tea from an uncle in Ceylon, felt that even the malaria was slipping from him. Would it be possible, he wondered, to disclose the real state of affairs to her in small installments? "Are you afraid of mice?" he ventured, growing, if possible, more scarlet in the face. "Not unless they came in quantities. Why do you ask?" "I had one crawling inside my clothes just now," said Theodoric in a voice that hardly seemed his own. "It was a most awkward situation." "It must have been, if you wear your clothes at all tight," she observed. "But mice have strange ideas of comfort." "I had to get rid of it while you were asleep," he continued. Then, with a gulp, he added, "It was getting rid of it that brought me to this." "Surely leaving off one small mouse wouldn't bring on a chill," she exclaimed, with a levity that Theodoric accounted abominable. Evidently she had detected something of his predicament, and was enjoying his confusion. All the blood in his body seemed to have mobilized in one concentrated blush, and an agony of abasement, worse than a myriad mice, crept up and down over his soul. And then, as reflection began to assert itself, sheer terror took the place of humiliation. With every minute that passed, the train was rushing nearer to the crowded and bustling terminus, where dozens of prying eyes would be exchanged for the one paralyzing pair that watched him from the farther corner of the carriage. There was one slender, despairing chance, which the next few minutes must decide. His fellow traveler might relapse into a blessed slumber. But as the minutes throbbed by, that chance ebbed away. The furtive glance which Theodoric stole at her from time to time disclosed only an unwinking wakefulness. "I think we must be getting near now," she presently observed. Theodoric had already noted with growing terror the recurring stacks of small, ugly dwellings that heralded the journey's end. The words acted as a signal. Like a hunted beast breaking cover and dashing madly towards some other haven of momentary safety, he threw aside his rug and struggled frantically into his disheveled garments. He was conscious of dull suburban stations racing past the window, of a choking, hammering sensation in his throat and heart, and of an icy silence in that corner toward which he dared not look. Then, as he sank back in his seat, clothed and almost delirious, the train slowed down to a final crawl, and the woman spoke. "Would you be so kind," she asked, "as to get me a porter to put me into a cab? It's a shame to trouble you when you're feeling unwell, but being blind makes one so helpless at a railway station." End of The Mouse by Saki.
Stephen Crane.
This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or how to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Reading by David Pittard.
And James Christopher. The Open Boat by Stephen Crane. A tale intended to be after the fact, being the experience of 4 men from the sunk steamer Commodore. Chapter 1. None of them knew the color of the sky. Their eyes glanced level and were fastened upon the waves that swept toward them. These waves were of the hue of slate, save for the tops, which were a foaming white, and all of the men knew the colors of the sea. The horizon narrowed and widened and dipped and rose, and at all times its edge was jagged with waves that seemed thrust up in points like rocks. Many a man ought to have a bathtub larger than the boat, which here rode upon the sea. These waves were most wrongfully and barbarously abrupt and tall, and each froth top was a problem in small boat navigation. The cook squatted in the bottom and looked with both eyes at the 6 inches of gunwale which separated him from the ocean. His sleeves were rolled over his fat forearms, and the 2 flaps of his unbuttoned vest dangled as he bent to bail out the boat. Often he said, "God, that was a narrow clip." As he remarked it, he invariably gazed eastward over the broken sea. The oiler, steering with one of the 2 oars in the boat, sometimes raised himself suddenly to keep clear of water that swirled in over the stern. It was a thin little oar, and it seemed often ready to snap. The correspondent, pulling at the other oar, watched the waves and wondered why he was there. The injured captain, lying in the bow, was at this time buried in that profound dejection and indifference which comes, temporarily at least, to even the bravest and most enduring when, willy-nilly, the firm fails, the army loses, the ship goes down. The mind of the master of a vessel is rooted deep in the timbers of her. Though he commanded her for a day or a decade, and this captain had on him the stern impression of a scene in the grays of dawn of 7 turned faces, and later a stump of a topmast with a white ball on it that slashed to and fro at the waves, went low and lower and down. Thereafter there was something strange in his voice. Although steady, it was deep with mourning and of a quality beyond oration or tears. "Keep her a little more south, Billy," said he. "A little more south, sir," said the oiler in the stern. A seat in this boat was not unlike a seat upon a bucking bronco, and by the same token a bronco is not much smaller. The craft pranced and reared and plunged like an animal. As each wave came, and she rose for it, she seemed like a horse making at a fence outrageously high. The manner of her scramble over these walls of water is a mystic thing, and moreover, at the top of them were ordinarily these problems in white water, the foam racing down from the summit of each wave, requiring a new leap and a leap from the air. Then, after scornfully bumping a crest, she would slide and race and splash down a long incline and arrive bobbing and nodding in front of the next menace. A singular disadvantage of the sea lies in the fact that after successfully surmounting one wave, you discover that there is another behind it just as important and just as nervously anxious to do something effective in the way of swamping boats. In a 10-foot dinghy, one can get an idea of the resources of the sea in the line of waves that is not probable to the average experience, which is never at sea in a dinghy. As each slaty wall of water approached, it shut all else from the view of the men in the boat, and it was not difficult to imagine that this particular wave was the final outburst of the sea, the last effort of the grim water. There was a terrible grace in the move of the waves, and they came in silence, save for the snarling of the crest. In the wan light, the faces of the men must have been gray. Their eyes must have glinted in strange ways as they gazed steadily astern. Viewed from a balcony, the whole thing would doubtless have been weirdly picturesque. But the men in the boat had no time to see it, and if they had had leisure, there were other things to occupy their minds. The sun swung steadily up the sky, and they knew it was broad day because the color of the sea changed from slate to emerald green, streaked with amber lights, and the foam was like tumbling snow. The process of the breaking day was unknown to them. They were aware only of this effect upon the color of the waves that rolled toward them. In disjointed sentences, the cook and the correspondent argued as to the difference between a life-saving station and a house of refuge. The cook had said, "There's a house of refuge just north of the Mosquito Inlet Light, and as soon as they see us, they'll come off in their boat and pick us up." "As soon as who sees us?" said the correspondent. "The crew," said the cook. "Houses of refuge don't have crews," said the correspondent. "As I understand them, they are only places where clothes and grub are stored for the benefit of shipwrecked people. They don't carry crews." "Oh, yes, they do," said the cook. "No, they don't," said the correspondent. "Well, we're not there yet, anyhow," said the oiler in the stern. "Well," said the cook, "perhaps it's not a house of refuge that I'm thinking of as being near Mosquito Inlet Light. Perhaps it's a life-saving station." "We're not there yet," said the oiler in the stern. Chapter 2. As the boat bounced from the top of each wave, the wind tore through the hair of the hatless men, and as the craft plopped her stern down again, the spray splashed past them. The crest of each of these waves was a hill, from the top of which the men surveyed, for a moment, a broad, tumultuous expanse, shining and wind-riven. It was probably splendid. It was probably glorious. This play of the free sea, wild with lights of emerald and white and amber. "Bully good thing it's an onshore wind," said the cook. "If not, where would we be? Wouldn't have a show." "That's right," said the correspondent. The busy oiler nodded his assent. Then the captain in the bow chuckled in a way that expressed humor, contempt, tragedy, all in one. "Do you think we've got much of a show now, boys?" said he. Whereupon the three were silent, save for a trifle of hemming and hawing. To express any particular optimism at this point they felt to be childish and stupid, but they all doubtless possessed this sense of the situation in their mind. A young man thinks doggedly at such times. On the other hand, the ethics of their condition was decidedly against any open suggestion of hopelessness, so they were silent. "Oh, well," said the captain, soothing his children, "we'll get ashore all right." But there was that in his tone which made them think, so the oiler quoth, "Yes, if this wind holds." The cook was bailing, "Yes, if we don't catch hell in the surf." Canton flannel gulls flew near and far. Sometimes they sat down on the sea, near patches of brown seaweed that rolled on the waves with a movement like carpets on a line in a gale. The birds sat comfortably in the groups, and they were envied by some in the dinghy, for the wrath of the sea was no more to them than it was to a covey of prairie chickens 1,000 miles inland. Often they came very close and stared at the men with black, bead-like eyes. At these times they were uncanny and sinister in their unblinking scrutiny, and the men hooted angrily at them, telling them to be gone. One came and evidently decided to alight on the top of the captain's head. The bird flew parallel to the boat and did not circle, but made short, sidelong jumps in the air in chicken fashion. His black eyes were wistfully fixed upon the captain's head. "Ugly brute," said the oiler to the bird. "You look as if you were made with a jackknife." The cook and the correspondent swore darkly at the creature. The captain naturally wished to knock it away with the end of the heavy painter, but he did not dare do it, because anything resembling an emphatic gesture would have capsized this freighted boat, and so with his open hand the captain gently and carefully waved the gull away. After it had been discouraged from the pursuit, the captain breathed easier on account of his hair, and the others breathed easier because the bird struck their minds at this time as being somehow gruesome and ominous. In the meantime the oiler and the correspondent rowed, and also they rowed. They sat together in the same seat, and each rowed an oar. Then the oiler took both oars. Then the correspondent took both oars. Then the oiler, then the correspondent. They rowed and they rowed. The very ticklish part of the business was when the time came for the reclining one in the stern to take his turn at the oars. By the very last star of truth, it is easier to steal eggs from under a hen than it is to change seats in a dinghy. First, the man in the stern slides his hand along the thwart, and moved with care, as if he were of Sevres. Then the man in the rowing seat slid his hand along the other thwart. It was all done with most extraordinary care. As the two sidled past each other, the whole party kept watchful eye on the coming waves, and the captain cried, "Look out now! Steady there!" The brown mats of seaweed that appeared from time to time were like islands, bits of earth. They were traveling apparently neither one way nor the other. They were, to all intents, stationary. They informed the men in the boat that it was making progress slowly towards the land. The captain, rearing cautiously in the bow, after the dinghy soared on a great swell, said that he had seen the lighthouse at Mosquito Inlet. Presently the cook remarked that he had seen it. The correspondent was at the oars then, and for some reason he too wished to look at the lighthouse, but his back was toward the far shore and the waves were important, and for some time he could not seize an opportunity to turn his head. But at last there came a wave more gentle than the others, and when at the crest of it he swiftly scoured the western horizon. "See it?" said the captain. "No," said the correspondent slowly. "I didn't see anything." "Look again," said the captain. He pointed. "It's exactly in that direction." At the top of another wave the correspondent did as he was bid, and this time his eyes chanced on a small, still thing on the edge of the swaying horizon. It was precisely like the point of a pin. It took an anxious eye to find a lighthouse so tiny. "Think we'll make it, Captain?" "If this wind holds and the boat don't swamp, we can't do much else," said the captain. The little boat, lifted by each towering wave and splashed viciously by the crest, made progress that in the absence of seaweed was not apparent to those in her. She seemed just a wee thing wallowing miraculously top up at the mercy of 5 oceans. Occasionally, a great spread of water like white flames swarmed into her. "Bail her, cook," said the captain serenely. "All right, Captain," said the cheerful cook. Chapter 3. It would be difficult to describe the subtle brotherhood of men that was here established on the seas. No one said that it was so. No one mentioned it. But it dwelt in the boat, and each man felt it warm him. There was a captain, an oiler, a cook, and a correspondent, and they were friends. Friends in a more curiously iron-bound degree than may be common. The hurt captain, lying against the water jar in the bow, spoke always in a low voice and calmly, but he could never command a more ready and swiftly obedient crew than the motley 3 of the dinghy. It was more than a mere recognition of what was best for the common safety. There was surely in it a quality that was personal and heartfelt. And after this devotion to the commander of the boat, there was this comradeship that the correspondent, for instance, who had been taught to be cynical of men, knew even at the time was the best experience of his life. But no one said that it was so. No one mentioned it. "I wish we had a sail," remarked the captain. "We might try my overcoat on the end of an oar and give you 2 boys a chance to rest." So the cook and the correspondent held the mast and spread wide the overcoat. The oiler steered, and the little boat made good way with her new rig. Sometimes the oiler had to scull sharply to keep a sea from breaking into the boat, but otherwise sailing was a success. Meanwhile, the lighthouse had been growing slowly larger. It had now almost assumed color and appeared like a little gray shadow on the sky. The man at the oars could not be prevented from turning his head rather often to try for a glimpse of this little gray shadow. At last, from the top of each wave, the men in the tossing boat could see land. Even as the lighthouse was an upright shadow on the sky, this land seemed but a long black shadow on the sea. It certainly was thinner than paper. "We must be about opposite New Smyrna," said the cook, who had coasted this shore often in schooners. "Captain, by the way, I believe they abandoned that life-saving station there about a year ago." "Did they?" said the captain. The wind slowly died away. The cook and the correspondent were not now obliged to slave in order to hold high the oar. But the waves continued their old impetuous swooping at the dinghy, and the little craft, no longer under way, struggled woundedly over them. The oiler or the correspondent took the oars again. Shipwrecks are, apropos, of nothing. If men could only train for them, and have them occur when the men had reached pink condition, there would be less drowning at sea. Of the 4 in the dinghy, none had slept any time worth mentioning for 2 days and 2 nights previous to embarking in the dinghy, and in the excitement of clambering about the deck of a foundering ship, they had also forgotten to eat heartily. For these reasons and for others, neither the oiler nor the correspondent was fond of rowing at this time. The correspondent wondered ingeniously how in the name of all that was sane could there be people who thought it amusing to row a boat. It was not an amusement, it was a diabolical punishment, and even a genius of mental aberrations could never conclude that it was anything but a horror to the muscles and a crime against the back. He mentioned to the boat in general how the amusement of rowing struck him, and the weary-faced oiler smiled in full sympathy. Previously to the foundering, by the way, the oiler had worked double watch in the engine room of the ship. "Take her easy now, boys," said the captain. "Don't spend yourselves. If we have to run a surf, you'll need all your strength, because we'll sure have to swim for it. Take your time." Slowly the land arose from the sea. From a black line it became a line of black and a line of white, trees and sand. Finally the captain said that he could make out a house on the shore. "That's the house of refuge, sure," said the cook. "They'll see us before long and come out after us." The distant lighthouse reared high. "The keeper ought to be able to make us out now if he's looking through a glass," said the captain. "He'll notify the life-saving people." "None of those other boats could have got ashore to give word of the wreck," said the oiler in a low voice, "else the lifeboat would be out hunting us." Slowly and beautifully the land loomed out of the sea. The wind came again. It had veered from the northeast to the southeast. Finally a new sound struck the ears of the men in the boat. It was the low thunder of the surf on the shore. "We'll never be able to make the lighthouse now," said the captain. "Swing her head a little more north, Billy," said he. "A little more north, sir," said the oiler. Whereupon the little boat turned her nose once more down the wind, and all but the oarsmen watched the shore grow. Under the influence of this expansion, doubt and direful apprehension was leaving the minds of the men. The management of the boat was still most absorbing, but it could not prevent a quiet cheerfulness. In an hour, perhaps, they would be ashore. Their backbones had become thoroughly used to balancing in the boat, and they now rode this wild colt of a dinghy like circus men. The correspondent thought that he had been drenched to the skin, but happening to feel in the top pocket of his coat, he found therein 8 cigars. 4 of them were soaked with seawater, 4 were perfectly scatheless. After a search, somebody produced 3 dry matches, and thereupon the 4 waifs rode impudently in their little boat, and with an assurance of an impending rescue shining in their eyes, puffed at the big cigars, and judged well and ill of all men. Everybody took a drink of water.
4. "Cook," remarked the captain, "there don't seem to be any signs of life about your house of refuge." "No," replied the cook. "Funny they don't see us." A broad stretch of lowly coast lay before the eyes of the men. It was of dunes topped with dark vegetation. The roar of the surf was plain, and sometimes they could see the white lip of a wave as it spun up the beach. A tiny house was blocked out black upon the sky. Southward, the slim lighthouse lifted its little gray length. Tide, wind, and waves were swinging the dinghy northward. "Funny they don't see us," said the men. The surf's roar here was dulled, but its tone was, nevertheless, thunderous and mighty. As the boat swam over the great rollers, the men sat listening to this roar. "We'll swamp sure," said everybody. It is fair to say here that there was not a life-saving station within 20 miles in either direction, but the men did not know this fact, and in consequence they made dark and opprobrious remarks concerning the eyesight of the nation's lifesavers. 4 scowling men sat in the dinghy and surpassed records in the invention of epithets. "Funny they don't see us." The light-heartedness of a former time had completely faded. To their sharpened minds it was easy to conjure pictures of all kinds of incompetency and blindness and indeed cowardice. There was the shore of the populous land, and it was bitter, and bitter to them from it came no sign. "Well," said the captain ultimately, "I suppose we'll have to make a try for ourselves. If we stay out here too long, we'll none of us have strength left to swim after the boat swamps." And so the oiler, who was at the oars, turned the boat straight for the shore. There was a sudden tightening of muscle. There was some thinking. "If we don't all get ashore," said the captain, "if we don't all get ashore, I suppose you fellows know where to send news of my finish." Then briefly exchanged some addresses and admonitions. As for the reflections of the men, perchance they might be formulated thus: "If I am going to be drowned, if I am going to be drowned, if I am going to be drowned, why in the name of the 7 mad gods who rule the sea, was I allowed to come thus far and contemplate sand and trees? Was I brought here merely to have my nose dragged away as I was about to nibble the sacred cheese of life? It is preposterous. If this old ninny woman Fate cannot do better than this, she should be deprived of the management of men's fortunes. She is an old hen who knows not her intention. If she has decided to drown me, why does she not do it in the beginning and save me all this trouble? The whole affair is absurd. But no, she cannot mean to drown me. She dare not drown me. She cannot drown me. Not after all this work." Afterward the man might have had an impulse to shake his fist at the clouds. "Just you drown me now, and then hear what I call you." The billows that came at this time were more formidable. They seemed always just about to break and roll over the little boat in a turmoil of foam. There was a preparatory and long growl in the speech of them. No mind unused to the sea would have concluded that the dinghy could ascend these sheer heights in time. The shore was still afar. The oiler was a wily surfman. "Boys," he said swiftly, "she won't live 3 minutes more, and we're out too far to swim." "Shall I take her to sea again, Captain?" "Yes, go ahead," said the captain. This oiler, by a series of quick miracles and fast and steady oarsmanship, turned the boat in the middle of the surf and took her safely to sea again. There was a considerable silence as the boat bumped over the furrowed sea to deeper water. Then somebody in gloom spoke. "Well, anyhow, they must have seen us from shore by now." The gulls went in slanting flight upwind toward the grey desolate east. A squall marked by dingy clouds and clouds brick red, like smoke from a burning building, appeared from the southeast. "What do you think of those life-saving people? Ain't they peaches? Funny they haven't seen us. Maybe they think we're out here for sport. Maybe they think we're fishing. Maybe they think we're damn fools." It was a long afternoon. A changed tide tried to force them southward, but the wind and waves said northward. Far ahead, where coastline, sea, and sky formed their mighty angle, there were little dots which seemed to indicate a city on the shore. St. Augustine? The captain shook his head. Too near Mosquito Inlet. And the oiler rowed, and then the correspondent rowed, then the oiler rowed. It was a weary business. The human back can become the seat of more aches and pains than are registered in books for the composite anatomy of a regiment. It is a limited area, but it can become the theater of innumerable muscular conflicts, tangles, wrenches, knots, and other comforts. "Did you ever like to row, Billy?" asked the correspondent. "No," said the oiler. "Hang it." When one exchanged the rowing seat for a place in the bottom of the boat, he suffered a bodily depression that caused him to be careless of everything save an obligation to wiggle one finger. There was cold sea water swishing to and fro in the boat, and he lay in it. His head, pillowed on a thwart, was within an inch of the swirl of a wave crest, and sometimes a particularly obstreperous sea came inboard and drenched him once more. But these matters did not annoy him. It is almost certain that if the boat had capsized, he would have tumbled comfortably out upon the ocean, as if he felt sure that it was a great soft mattress. "Look! There's a man on the shore." "Where?" "There! See him? See him?" "Yes, sure. He's walking along." Now he's stopped. Look! He's facing us. He's waving at us. So he is, by thunder. Ah, now we're all right. Now we're all right. There'll be a boat out here for us in half an hour. He's going on. He's running. He's going up to that house there. The remote beach seemed lower than the sea, and it required a searching glance to discern the little black figure. The captain saw a floating stick, and they rowed to it. A bath towel was by some weird chance in the boat, and tying this on the stick, the captain waved it. The oarsman did not dare turn his head. so he was obliged to ask questions. What's he doing now? He's standing still again. He's looking, I think. There he goes again, toward the house. Now he's stopped again. Is he waving at us? No, not now. He was, though. Look, there comes another man. He's running. Look at him go, would you? Why, he's on a bicycle. Now he's met the other man. They're both waving at us. Look. There comes something up the beach. What the devil is that thing? Why, it looks like a boat. Why, certainly it's a boat. No, it's on wheels. Yes, so it is. Well, that must be the lifeboat. They dragged him along shore on a wagon. That's the lifeboat, sure. No, it's an omnibus. I tell you, it's a lifeboat. It is not. It's an omnibus. I can see it plain. See? One of those big hotel omnibuses. By thunder, you're right. It's an omnibus, sure as fate. What do you suppose they are doing with an omnibus? Maybe they are going around collecting the life crew, eh? That's it, likely. Look. There's a fellow waving a little black flag. He's standing on the steps of the omnibus. There come those other two fellows. Now they're all talking together. Look at the fellow with the flag. Maybe he ain't waving it. That ain't a flag, is it? That's his coat. Why, certainly, that's his coat. So it is. It's his coat. He's taken it off and he's waving it around his head. But would you look at him swing it? Oh, say, there isn't any life-saving station there. That's just a winter resort hotel omnibus that has brought over some of the boarders to see us drown. What's that idiot with the coat mean? What's he signaling anyhow? It looks as if he were trying to tell us to go north. There must be a life-saving station up there. No, he thinks we're fishing. Just giving us a merry hand. See? Ah, there, Willie. Well, I wish I could make something out of those signals. What do you suppose he means? He don't mean anything. He's just playing. Well, if he'd just signal us to try the surf again, or to go to sea and wait, or go north, or go south, or go to hell, there'd be some reason in it. But look at him. He just stands there and keeps his coat revolving like a wheel. The ass. There come more people. Now there's quite a mob. Look. Isn't that a boat? Where? Oh, I see what you mean. No, that's no boat. That fellow is still waving his coat. He must think we like to see him do that. Why don't he quit it? It don't mean anything. I don't know. I think he's trying to make us go north. It must be that there's a life-saving station there somewhere. Say, he ain't tired yet. Look at him wave. Wonder how long he can keep that up. He's been revolving his coat ever since he caught sight of us. He's an idiot. Why aren't they getting men to bring a boat out? A fishing boat. One of those big yawls. Could come out here all right. Why don't he do something? Oh, it's all right now. They'll have a boat out here for us in less than no time, now that they've seen us. A faint yellow tone came into the sky over the low land. The shadows on the sea slowly deepened. The wind bore coldness with it, and the men began to shiver. Holy smoke, said one, allowing his voice to express his impious mood. If we keep on monkeying out here, if we've got to flounder out here all night... Oh, we'll never have to stay out here all night, don't you worry. They've seen us now, and it won't be long before they'll come chasing out after us. The shore grew dusky. The man waving a coat blended gradually into the gloom, and it swallowed in the same manner the omnibus and the group of people. The spray, when it dashed uproariously over the side, made the voyagers shrink and swear like men who were being branded. I'd like to catch the chump who waved the coat. I feel like soaking him one, just for luck. Why, what did he do? Oh, nothing. But then he seemed so damned cheerful. In the meantime, the oiler rowed, and then the correspondent rowed, and then the oiler rowed. Gray-faced and bowed forward, they mechanically turn by turn, plied the leaden oars. The form of the lighthouse had vanished from the southern horizon. But finally a pale star appeared, just lifting from the sea. The streaked saffron in the west passed before the all-merging darkness, and the sea to the east was black. The land had vanished, and was expressed only by the low and drear thunder of the surf. If I am going to be drowned, if I am going to be drowned, if I am going to be drowned, why in the name of the 7 mad gods who rule the sea was I allowed to come thus far and contemplate sand and trees? Was I brought here merely to have my nose dragged away as I was about to nibble the sacred cheese of life? The patient captain, drooped over the water jar, was sometimes obliged to speak to the oarsmen. "Keep her head up. Keep her head up. Keep her head up, sir." The voices were weary and low. This was surely a quiet evening. All save the oarsmen lay heavily and listlessly in the boat's bottom. As for him, his eyes were just capable of noting the tall black waves that swept forward in a most sinister silence, save for an occasional subdued growl of a crest. The cook's head was on a thwart, and he looked without interest at the water under his nose. He was deep in other scenes. Finally he spoke. "Billy," he murmured dreamfully, "what kind of pie do you like best?" 5. "Pie?" said the oiler and the correspondent agitatedly. "Don't talk about those things, blast you." "Well," said the cook, "I was just thinking about ham sandwiches and... A night on the sea in an open boat is a long night." As darkness settled finally, the shine of the light, lifting from the sea in the south, changed to full gold. On the northern horizon a new light appeared, a small bluish gleam on the edge of the waters. These 2 lights were the furniture of the world. Otherwise, there was nothing but waves. 2 men huddled in the stern, and distances were so magnificent in the dinghy that the rower was enabled to keep his feet partly warmed by thrusting them under his companions. Their legs indeed extended far under the rowing seat until they touched the feet of the captain forward. Sometimes, despite the efforts of the tired oarsmen, a wave came piling into the boat, an icy wave of the night, and the chilling water soaked them anew. They would twist their bodies for a moment and groan, and sleep the dead sleep once more, while the water in the boat gurgled about them as the craft rocked. The plan of the oiler and the correspondent was for one to row until he lost the ability, and then arouse the other from his sea-water couch in the bottom of the boat. The oiler plied the oars until his head drooped forward, and the overpowering sleep blinded him. And he rowed yet afterward. Then he touched a man in the bottom of the boat, and called his name. "Will you spell me for a little while?" he said meekly. "Sure, Billy," said the correspondent, awakening and dragging himself into a sitting position. They exchanged places carefully, and the oiler, cuddling down in the sea water at the cook's side, seemed to go to sleep instantly. The particular violence of the sea had ceased. The waves came without snarling. The obligation of the man at the oars was to keep the boat headed so that the tilt of the rollers would not capsize her, and to preserve her from filling when the crest rushed past. The black waves were silent and hard to be seen in the darkness. Often one was almost upon the boat before the oarsman was aware. In a low voice the correspondent addressed the captain. He was not sure that the captain was awake, although this iron man seemed to be always awake. "Captain, shall I keep her making for that light north, sir?" The same steady voice answered him. "Yes, keep it about 2 points off the port bow." The cook had tied a lifebelt around himself in order to get even the warmth which this clumsy cork contrivance could donate, and he seemed almost stove-like when a rower, whose teeth invariably chattered wildly as soon as he ceased his labor, drooped down to sleep. The correspondent, as he rowed, looked down at the 2 men sleeping underfoot. The cook's arm was around the oiler's shoulders, and with their fragmentary clothing and haggard faces, they were the babes of the sea, a grotesque rendering of the old babes in the wood. Later he must have grown stupid at his work, for suddenly there was a growling of water, and the crest came with a roar and a swash into the boat, and it was a wonder that it did not set the cook afloat in his lifebelt. The cook continued to sleep, but the oiler sat up, blinking his eyes and shaking with the new cold. "Oh, I'm awful sorry, Billy," said the correspondent contritely. "That's all right, old boy," said the oiler, and lay down again and was asleep. Presently it seemed that even the captain dozed, and the correspondent thought that he was the one man afloat on all the oceans. The wind had a voice as it came over the waves, and it was sadder than the end. There was a long, loud swishing astern of the boat, and a gleaming trail of phosphorescence like blue flame was furrowed on the black waters. It might have been made by a monstrous knife. Then there came a stillness, while the correspondent breathed with the open mouth and looked at the sea. Suddenly there was another swish, and another long flash of bluish light, and this time it was alongside the boat, and might almost have been reached with an oar. The correspondent saw an enormous fin speed like a shadow through the water, hurling the crystalline spray and leaving the long glowing trail. The correspondent looked over his shoulder at the captain. His face was hidden, and he seemed to be asleep. He looked at the babes of the sea. They certainly were asleep. So, bereft of sympathy, he leaned a little way to one side and swore softly into the sea. But the thing did not leave the vicinity of the boat. Ahead or astern, on one side or the other, at intervals long or short, fled the long sparkling streak, and there was to be heard the whirroo of the dark fin. The speed and power of the thing was greatly to be admired. It cut the water like a gigantic and keen projectile. The presence of this biting thing did not affect the man with the same horror that it would if he had been a picnicker. He simply looked at the sea dully and swore in an undertone. Nevertheless, it is true that he did not wish to be alone. He wished one of his companions to awaken by chance and keep him company with it. But the captain hung motionless over the water jar, and the oiler and the cook in the bottom of the boat were plunged in slumber. 6. If I am going to be drowned, if I am going to be drowned, if I am going to be drowned, why in the name of the 7 mad gods who rule the sea was I allowed to come thus far and contemplate sand and trees? During this dismal night, it may be remarked that a man would conclude that it was really the intention of the 7 mad gods to drown him, despite the abominable injustice of it. For it was certainly an abominable injustice to drown a man who had worked so hard, so hard. The man felt it would be a crime most unnatural. Other people had drowned at sea since galleys swarmed with painted sails, but still. When it occurs to a man that nature does not regard him as important, and that she feels she would not maim the universe by disposing of him, he first wishes to throw bricks at the temple, and he hates deeply the fact that there are no bricks and no temples. Any visible expression of nature would surely be pelted with his jeers. Then, if there be no tangible thing to hoot, he feels perhaps the desire to confront a personification, and indulge in pleas, bowed to one knee, and with hands supplicant saying, "Yes, but I love myself." A high cold star on a winter's night is the word he feels that she says to him. Thereafter, he knows the pathos of his situation. The men in the dinghy had not discussed these matters, but each had, no doubt, reflected upon them in silence, and according to his mind. There was seldom any expression upon their faces, save the general one of complete weariness. Speech was devoted to the business of the boat. To chime the notes of his emotion, a verse mysteriously entered the correspondent's head. He had even forgotten that he had forgotten this verse, but it suddenly was in his mind. A soldier of the legions lay dying in Algiers. There was a lack of woman's nursing, there was a dearth of woman's tears. But a comrade stood beside him, and he took that comrade's hand, and he said, "I shall never see my own, my native land." In his childhood, the correspondent had been made acquainted with the fact that a soldier of the legions lay dying in Algiers, but he had never regarded the fact as important. Myriads of his schoolfellows had informed him of the soldier's plight, but the dinning had naturally ended by making him perfectly indifferent. He had never considered it his affair that a soldier of the Legion lay dying in Algiers, nor had it appeared to him as a matter for sorrow. It was less to him then than the breaking of a pencil's point. Now, however, it quaintly came to him as a human, living thing. It was no longer merely a picture of a few throws in the breast of a poet, meanwhile drinking tea and warming his feet at the grate. It was an actuality, stern, mournful, and fine. The correspondent plainly saw the soldier. He lay on the sand with his feet out straight and still. while his pale left hand was upon his chest in an attempt to thwart the going of his life. The blood came between his fingers. In the far Algerian distance, a city of low square forms was set against a sky that was faint with the last sunset hues. The correspondent, plying the oars and dreaming of the slow and slower movements of the lips of the soldier, was moved by a profound and perfectly impersonal comprehension. He was sorry for the soldier of the Legion who lay dying in Algiers. The thing which had followed the boat and waited had evidently grown bored at the delay. There was no longer to be heard the slash of the cutwater, and there was no longer the flame of the long trail. The light in the north still glimmered, but it was apparently no nearer to the boat. Sometimes the boom of the surf rang in the correspondent's ears, and he turned the craft seaward and then rowed harder. Southward, someone had evidently built a watchfire on the beach. It was too low and too far to be seen, but it made a shimmering rosette reflection upon the bluff back of it, and this could be discerned from the boat. The wind came stronger, and sometimes a wave suddenly raged out like a mountain cat, and there was to be seen the sheen and sparkle of a broken crest. The captain in the bow moved on his water jar and sat erect. "Pretty long night," he observed to the correspondent. He looked at the shore. Those life-saving people take their time. "Did you see that shark playing around?" "Yes, I saw him. He was a big fellow, all right. Wish I'd known you were awake." Later the correspondent spoke into the bottom of the boat. "Billy," there was a slow and gradual disentanglement. "Billy, will you spell me?" "Sure," said the oiler. As soon as the correspondent touched the cold, comfortable sea water in the bottom of the boat, and had huddled close to the cook's lifebelt, he was deep in sleep, despite the fact that his teeth played all the popular airs. This sleep was so good to him that it was but a moment before he heard a voice call his name in a tone that demonstrated the last stages of exhaustion. "Will you spell me?" "Sure, Billy." The light in the north had mysteriously vanished, but the correspondent took his course from the wide-awake captain. Later in the night they took the boat farther out to sea, and the captain directed the cook to take one oar at the stern and keep the boat facing the seas. He was to call out if he should hear the thunder of the surf. This plan enabled the oiler and the correspondent to get respite together. "We'll give those boys a chance to get into shape again," said the captain. They curled down, and after a few preliminary chatterings and trembles, slept once more the dead sleep. Neither knew they had bequeathed to the cook the company of another shark, or perhaps the same shark. As the boat caroused on the waves, spray occasionally bumped over the side and gave them a fresh soaking, but this had no power to break their repose. The ominous slash of the wind and the water affected them as it would have affected mummies. "Boys," said the cook, with the notes of every reluctance in his voice, "she's drifted in pretty close. I guess one of you had better take her to sea again." The correspondent, aroused, heard the crash of the toppled crest. As he was rowing, the captain gave him some whiskey and water, and this steadied the chills out of him. "If I ever get ashore and anybody shows me even a photograph of an oar." At last there was a short conversation. "Billy, will you spell me?" "Sure," said the oiler. 7. When the correspondent again opened his eyes, the sea and the sky were each of the gray hue of the dawning. Later, carmine and gold was painted upon the waters. The morning appeared finally, in its splendor, with a sky of pure blue, and the sunlight flamed on the tips of the waves. On the distant dunes were set many little black cottages, and a tall white windmill reared above them. No man, nor dog, nor bicycle appeared on the beach. The cottages might have formed a deserted village. The voyagers scanned the shore. A conference was held in the boat. "Well," said the captain, "if no help is coming, we might better try a run through the surf right away. If we stay out here much longer, we will be too weak to do anything for ourselves at all." The others silently acquiesced in this reasoning. The boat was headed for the beach. The correspondent wondered if none ever ascended the tall wind tower, and if they never looked seaward. This tower was a giant, standing with its back to the plight of the ants. It represented in a degree, to the correspondent, the serenity of nature amid the struggles of the individual, nature in the wind, and nature in the vision of men. She did not seem cruel to him then, nor beneficent, nor treacherous, nor wise. But she was indifferent, flatly indifferent. It is perhaps plausible that a man in this situation, impressed with the unconcern of the universe, should see the innumerable flaws of his life, and have them taste wickedly in his mind, and wish for another chance. A distinction between right and wrong seems absurdly clear to him then, in this new ignorance of the grave edge, and he understands that if he were given another opportunity, he would mend his conduct and his words, and be better and brighter during an introduction or at a tea. "Now, boys," said the captain, "she's going to swamp, sure. All we can do is to work her in as far as possible, and then, when she swamps, pile out and scramble for the beach. Keep cool now, and don't jump until she swamps sure." The oiler took the oars. Over his shoulders he scanned the surf. "Captain," he said, "I think I'd better bring her about, and keep her head on to the seas and back her in." "All right, Billy," said the captain. "Back her in." The oiler swung the boat then, and seated in the stern, the cook and the correspondent were obliged to look over their shoulders, to contemplate the lonely and indifferent shore. The monstrous inshore rollers heaved the boat high until the men were again enabled to see the white sheets of water scuttling up the slanted beach. "We won't get in very close," said the captain. Each time a man could wrest his attention from the rollers, he turned his glance towards the shore, and in the expression of the eyes during this contemplation there was a singular quality. The correspondent, observing the others, knew that they were not afraid, but the full meaning of their glances was shrouded. As for himself, he was too tired to grapple fundamentally with the fact. He tried to coerce his mind into thinking of it, but the mind was dominated this time by the muscles, and the muscles said they did not care. It merely occurred to him that if he should drown, it would be a shame. There were no hurried words, no pallor, no plain agitation. The men simply looked at the shore. "Now remember to get well clear of the boat when you jump," said the captain. Seaward the crest of a roller suddenly fell with a thunderous crash, and the long white comber came roaring down upon the boat. "Steady now," said the captain. The men were silent. They turned their eyes from the shore to the comber and waited. The boat slid up the incline, leaped at the furious top, bounced over it, and swung down the long back of the wave. Some water had been shipped, and the cook bailed it out. But the next crest crashed also. The tumbling, boiling flood of white water caught the boat and whirled it almost perpendicular. Water swarmed in from all sides. The correspondent had his hands on the gunwale at this time, and when the water entered at that place, he swiftly withdrew his fingers, as if he objected to wetting them. The little boat, drunken with this weight of water, reeled and snuggled deeper into the sea. "Bail her out, cook! Bail her out!" said the captain. "All right, captain," said the cook. "Now, boys, the next one will do for us sure," said the oiler. "Mind to jump clear of the boat." The third wave moved forward, huge, furious, implacable. It fairly swallowed the dinghy, and almost simultaneously the men tumbled into the sea. A piece of lifebelt had lain in the bottom of the boat, and as the correspondent went overboard, he held this to his chest with his left hand. The January water was icy, and he reflected immediately that it was colder than he had expected to find it on the coast of Florida. This appeared to his dazed mind as a fact important enough to be noted at the time. The coldness of the water was sad, it was tragic. This fact was somehow so mixed and confused with his opinion of his own situation that it seemed almost proper reason for tears. The water was cold. When he came to the surface he was conscious of little but the noisy water. Afterward he saw his companions in the sea. The oiler was ahead in the race. He was swimming strongly and rapidly. Off to the correspondent's left, the cook's great white and corked back bulged out of the water, and in the rear the captain was hanging with his one good hand to the keel of the overturned dinghy. There is a certain immovable quality to a shore, and the correspondent wondered at it amid the confusion of the sea. It seemed also very attractive, but the correspondent knew that it was a long journey, and he paddled leisurely. The piece of life-preserver lay under him, and sometimes he whirled down the incline of a wave, as if he were on a hand sled. But finally he arrived at a place in the sea where travel was beset with difficulty. He did not pause swimming to inquire what manner of current had caught him, but there his progress ceased. The shore was set before him like a bit of scenery on a stage, and he looked at it and understood with his eyes each detail of it. As the cook passed much farther to the left, the captain was calling to him, "Turn over on your back, cook! Turn over on your back, and use the oar!" "All right, sir." The cook turned on his back, and paddling with an oar, went ahead as if he were a canoe. Presently the boat also passed to the left of the correspondent, with the captain clinging with one hand to the keel. He would have appeared like a man raising himself to look over a board fence, if it were not for the extraordinary gymnastics of the boat. The correspondent marveled that the captain could still hold to it. They passed on, nearer to shore, the oiler, the cook, the captain, and following them went the water jar, bouncing gaily over the seas. The correspondent remained in the grip of this strange new enemy, a current. The shore, with its white slope of sand and its green bluff, topped with little silent cottages, was spread like a picture before him. It was very near to him then, but he was impressed as one who in a gallery looks at a scene from Brittany or Holland. He thought, "Am I going to drown? Can it be possible? Can it be possible? Can it be possible?" Perhaps an individual must consider his own death to be the final phenomenon of nature. But later, a wave perhaps whirled him out of this small deadly current, for he found suddenly that he could again make progress toward the shore. Later still, he was aware that the captain, clinging with one hand to the keel of the dinghy, had his face turned away from the shore and toward him, and was calling his name. "Come to the boat! Come to the boat!" In his struggle to reach the captain in the boat, he reflected that when one gets properly wearied, drowning must really be a comfortable arrangement, a cessation of hostilities accompanied by a large degree of relief, and he was glad of it, for the main thing in his mind for some months had been horror of the temporary agony. He did not wish to be hurt. Presently he saw a man running along the shore. He was undressing with most remarkable speed. Coat, trousers, shirt, everything flew magically off him. "Come to the boat," called the captain. "All right, captain." As the correspondent paddled, he saw the captain let himself down to bottom and leave the boat. Then the correspondent performed his one little marvel of the voyage. A large wave caught him and flung him with ease and supreme speed completely over the boat and far beyond it. It struck him even then as an event in gymnastics, and a true miracle of the sea. An overturned boat in the surf is not a plaything to a swimming man. The correspondent arrived in water that reached only to his waist, but his condition did not enable him to stand for more than a moment. Each wave knocked him into a heap, and the undertow pulled at him. Then he saw the man who had been running and undressing and running, come bounding into the water. He dragged ashore the cook, and then waded towards the captain. But the captain waved him away, and sent him to the correspondent. He was naked, naked as a tree in winter, but a halo was about his head, and he shone like a saint. He gave a strong pull, and a long drag, and a bully heave at the correspondent's hand. The correspondent, schooled in the minor formulae, said, "Thanks, old man." But suddenly the man cried, "What's that?" He pointed a swift finger. The correspondent said, "Go." In the shallows, face downward, lay the oiler. His forehead touched sand that was periodically, between each wave, clear of the sea. The correspondent did not know all that transpired afterwards. When he achieved safe ground he fell, striking the sand with each particular part of his body. It was as if he had been dropped from a roof, but the thud was grateful to him. It seems that instantly the beach was populated with men with blankets, clothes, and flasks, and women with coffee pots, and all the remedies sacred to their minds. The welcome of the land to the men from the sea was warm and generous, but a still and dripping shape was carried slowly up the beach, and the land's welcome for it can only be the different and sinister hospitality of the grave. When it came night, the white waves paced to and fro in the moonlight, and the wind brought the sound of the great sea's voice to the men on shore, and they felt that they could be the interpreters. End of The Open Boat by Stephen Crane. Recording by James Christopher, jxchristopher@yahoo.com. June 2010. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
The Pimenta Pancakes by O. Henry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. This reading by Charles Culbertson of Stanton, Virginia. The Pimenta Pancakes by O. Henry. While we were rounding up a bunch of the Triangle O cattle in the Frio bottoms, a projecting branch of a dead mesquite caught my wooden stirrup and gave my ankle a wrench that laid me up in camp for a week. On the third day of my compulsory idleness, I crawled out near the grub wagon and reclined helpless under the conversational fire of Judson Odom, the camp cook. Judd was a monologist by nature, whom destiny, with customary blundering, had set on a profession wherein he was bereaved for the greater portion of his time of an audience. Therefore I was manna in the desert of Judd's obmutescence. Betimes I was stirred by invalid longings for something to eat that did not come under the caption of grub. I had visions of the maternal pantry, deep as first love and wild with all regret, and then I asked, "Judd, can you make pancakes?" Judd laid down his six-shooter, with which he was preparing to pound an antelope steak, and stood over me in what I felt to be a menacing attitude. He further endorsed my impression that his pose was resentful by fixing upon me with his light blue eyes a look of cold suspicion. "Say you," he said with candid, though not excessive, choler, "did you mean that straight, or was you trying to throw the gaff into me? Some of the boys been telling you about me and that pancake racket?" "No, Judd," I said sincerely. "I meant it. It seems to me I'd swap my pony and saddle for a stack of buttered brown pancakes with some first-crop open-kettle New Orleans sweetening. Was there a story about pancakes?" Judd was mollified at once when he saw that I had not been dealing in illusions. He brought some mysterious bags and tin boxes from the grub wagon and set them in the shade of the hackberry where I lay reclined. I watched him as he began to arrange them leisurely and untie their many strings. "No, not a story," said Judd as he worked, "but just the logical disclosures in the case of me and that pink-eyed snoozer from Mired Mule Cañada and Miss Willella Learwright. I don't mind telling you. I was punching then for old Bill Toomey on the San Miguel. One day I gets all ensnared up in aspirations for to eat some canned grub that hasn't ever mooed or bawed or grunted or been in peck measures. So I gets on my bronc and pushes the wind for Uncle Emsley Telfair's store at the Pimenta Crossing on the Nueces. About 3 in the afternoon I throwed my bridle over a mesquite limb and walked the last 20 yards into Uncle Emsley's store. I got up on the counter and told Uncle Emsley that the signs pointed to the devastation of the fruit crop of the world. In a minute, I had a bag of crackers and a long-handled spoon with an open can each of apricots and pineapples and cherries and greengages beside me, with Uncle Emsley busy chopping away with the hatchet at the yellow clings. I was feeling like Adam before the apple stampede, and was digging my spurs into the side of the counter and working with my 24-inch spoon, when I happened to look out of the window into the yard of Uncle Emsley's house, which was next to the store. There was a girl standing there, an imported girl with fixings on, philandering with a croquet maul and amusing herself by watching my style of encouraging the fruit canning industry. I slid off the counter and delivered up my shovel to Uncle Emsley. "That's my niece," says he, "Miss Morella Learwright, down from Palestine on a visit. Do you want that I should make you acquainted?" The Holy Land, I says to myself, my thoughts milling some as I tried to run 'em into the corral. Why not? There was sure angels in Palestine. Why, yes, Uncle Emsley, I says out loud, I'd be awful edified to meet Miss Learwright. So Uncle Emsley took me out in the yard and gave us each other's entitlements. I never was shy about women. I never could understand why some men who can break a mustang before breakfast and shave in the dark get all left-handed and full of perspiration and excuses when they see a bolt of calico draped around what belongs in it. Inside of 8 minutes, me and Miss Morella was aggravating the croquet balls around as amiable as second cousins. She gave me a dig about the quantity of canned fruit I had eaten, and I got back at her, flat-footed, about how a certain lady named Eve started the fruit trouble in the first free grass pasture. Over in Palestine, wasn't it, says I, as easy and pat as roping a 1-year-old? That was how I acquired cordiality for the proximities of Miss Morella Learwright, and the disposition grew larger as time passed. She was stopping at Pimenta Crossing for her health, which was very good, and for the climate, which was 40% hotter than Palestine. I rode over to see her once every week for a while, and then I figured it out that if I doubled the number of trips, I would see her twice as often. One week I slipped in a 3rd trip, and that's where the pancakes and the pink-eyed snoozer busted into the game. That evening, while I sat on the counter with a peach and 2 damsons in my mouth, I asked Uncle Emsley how Miss Morella was. "Why," says Uncle Emsley, "she's gone riding with Jackson Bird, the sheep man from over at Mired Mule Kenyatta." I swallowed the peach seed and the 2 damson seeds. I guess somebody held the counter by the bridle while I got off, and then I walked out straight ahead till I butted against the mesquite where my roan was tied. "She's gone riding," I whispered in my bronc's ear, "with Birdstone Jack, the hired mule from Sheepman's Kenyatta. Did you get that, old Leather and Gallops?" That bronc of mine wept in his way. He'd been raised a cow pony, and he didn't care for snoozers. I went back and said to Uncle Emsley, "Did you say a sheep man?" "I said a sheep man," says Uncle again. "You must have heard tell of Jackson Bird. He's got 8 sections of grazing and 4,000 head of the finest merinos south of the Arctic Circle." I went out and sat on the ground in the shade of the store and leaned against a prickly pear. I sifted sand into my boots with unthinking hands while I soliloquized a quantity about this bird with the Jackson plumage to his name. I never had believed in harming sheep men. I see one day reading a Latin grammar on horseback, and I never touched him. They never irritated me like to do most cowmen. You wouldn't go to work now and pair and disfigure snoozers, would you, that eat on tables and wear little shoes and speak to you on subjects? I had always let 'em pass, just as you would a jackrabbit, with a polite word and a guess about the weather, but no stopping to swap canteens. I never thought it was worth while to be hostile with a snoozer, and because I'd been lenient and let 'em live, here was one going around riding with Miss Morella Learwright. An hour by sun, and they come loping back and stopped at Uncle Emsley's gate. The sheep person helped her off, and they stood throwing each other sentences all spriteful and sagacious for a while.
And then this feathered Jackson flies up in his saddle and raises his little stew pot of a hat and trots off in the direction of his mutton ranch. By this time I had turned the sand out of my boots and unpinned myself from the prickly pear, and by the time he gets half a mile out of Pimenta, I single-foots up beside him on my bronc. I said that snoozer was pink-eyed, but he wasn't. His seeing arrangement was gray enough, but his eyelashes was pink, and his hair was sandy, and that gave you the idea. Sheep man. He wasn't more than a lamb man anyhow. A little thing with his neck involved in a yellow silk handkerchief and shoes tied up in bow knots. "Afternoon," says I to him. "You now ride with an equestrian who is commonly called Dead Moral Certainty Judson, on account of the way I shoot. When I want a stranger to know me, I always introduce myself before the draw, for I never did like to shake hands with ghosts." "Ah," said he, just like that. "Ah, I'm glad to know you, Mr. Judson. I'm Jackson Bird, from over at Mired Mule Ranch." Just then one of my eyes saw a road runner skipping down the hill with a young tarantula in his bill, and the other eye noticed a rabbit hawk sitting on a dead limb in a water elm. I popped over one after the other with my .45 just to show him. "2 out of 3, says I. Birds just naturally seem to draw my fire wherever I go. "Nice shooting," says the sheep man without a flutter. "But don't you sometimes ever miss the third shot? Elegant fine rain that was last week for the young grass, Mr. Judson," says he. "Willie," says I, riding over close to his palfrey, "your infatuated parents may have denounced you by the name of Jackson, but you sure molted into a twittering Willie. Let's slough off this here analysis of rain and the elements and get down to talk that is outside the vocabulary of parrots. That is a bad habit you've got of riding with young ladies over at Pimenta. I've known birds," says I, "to be served on toast for less than that. Miss Morella," says I, "don't ever want any nest made out of a sheep's wool by a tom-tit of the Jacksonian branch of ornithology. Now, are you going to quit, or do you wish to gallop up against this dead moral certainty attachment to my name, which is good for 2 hyphens and at least 1 set of funeral obsequies?" Jackson Bird flushed up some, and then he laughed. "Why, Mr. Judson," says he, "you've got the wrong idea. I've called on Miss Learight a few times, but not for the purpose you imagine. My object is purely a gastronomical one." I reached for my gun. "Any coyote," says I, "that would boast of dishonorable—" "Wait a minute," says this bird, "till I explain. What would I do with a wife? If you ever saw that ranch of mine, I do my own cooking and mending. Eating, that's all the pleasure I get out of sheep raising. Mr. Judson, did you ever taste the pancakes that Miss Learight makes?" "Me? No," I told him. "I never was advised that she was up to any culinary maneuvers." "They're golden sunshine," says he, "honey browned by the ambrosial fires of Epicurus. I'd give 2 years of my life to get the recipe for making them pancakes. That's why I went to see Miss Learight for," says Jackson Bird, "but I haven't been able to get it from her. It's an old recipe that's been in the family for 75 years. They hand it down from one generation to another, but they don't give it away to outsiders. If I could get that recipe so I could make them pancakes for myself on my ranch, I'd be a happy man," says Bird. "Are you sure," I says to him, "that it ain't the hand that mixes the pancakes that you're after?" "Sure," says Jackson. "Miss Learight is a mighty nice girl, but I can assure you my intentions go no further than the gastro—" But he had seen my hand going down to my holster, and he changed his similitude. "Than the desire to procure a copy of the pancake recipe," he finishes. "You ain't such a bad little man," says I, trying to be fair. "I was thinking some of making orphans of your sheep, but I'll let you fly away this time. But you stick to pancakes," says I, "as close as the middle one of a stack. And don't go and mistake sentiments for syrup, or there'll be singing at your ranch and you won't hear it." "To convince you that I am sincere," says the sheep man, "I'll ask you to help me. Miss Learight and you being closer friends, maybe she would do for you what she wouldn't for me. If you will get me a copy of that pancake recipe, I give you my word that I'll never call upon her again." "That's fair," I says, and I shook hands with Jackson Bird. "I'll get it for you if I can, and glad to oblige." And he turned off down the big pear flat on the Piedra in the direction of Mired Mule, and I steered northwest for old Bill Toomey's ranch. It was 5 days afterward when I got another chance to ride over to Pimenta. Miss Willella and me passed a gratifying evening at Uncle Emsley's. She sang some and exasperated the piano quite a lot with quotations from the operas. I gave imitations of a rattlesnake and told her about Snaky McPhee's new way of skinning cows, and described the trip I made to St. Louis once. We was getting along in one another's estimations fine. Thinks I, if Jackson can now be persuaded to migrate, I win. I recollect his promise about the pancake recipe, and I thinks I will persuade it from Miss Willella and give it to him. And then if I catches Birdie off to Mired Mule again, I'll make him hop the twig. So, along about 10 o'clock, I put on a wheedling smile and says to Miss Willella, "Now, if there's anything I do like better than the sight of a red steer on green grass, it's the taste of a nice hot pancake smothered in sugar house molasses." Miss Willella gives a little jump on the piano stool and looked at me, curious. "Yes," says she, "they're real nice. What did you say was the name of the street in St. Louis, Mr. Odom, where you lost your hat?" "Pancake Avenue," says I, with a wink to show her I was on about the family recipe and couldn't be side corralled off of the subject. "Come on now, Miss Willella," I says, "let's hear how you make 'em. Pancakes is just whirling in my head like wagon wheels. Start her off. Now, pound of flour, 8 dozen eggs, and so on. How does the catalog of constituents run?" "Excuse me for a moment, please," says Miss Willella, and she gives me a quick kind of sideways look and slides off the stool. She ambles out into the other room, and directly Uncle Emsley comes in his shirt sleeves with a pitcher of water. He turns around to get a glass on the table, and I see a .45 in his hip pocket. Great post holes, thinks I, but here's a family thinks a heap of cooking recipes, protecting it with firearms. I've known outfits that wouldn't do that much by a family feud. "Drink this here down," says Uncle Emsley, handing me the glass of water. "You've rid too far today, Judd, and you've got yourself overexcited. Try to think about something else now." "Do you know how to make them pancakes, Uncle Emsley?" I asked. "Well, I'm not as apprised in the anatomy of them as some," says Uncle Emsley, "but I reckon you take a sifter of plaster of Paris and a little dough and saleratus and cornmeal and mix 'em with eggs and buttermilk as usual. Is old Bill going to ship beeves to Kansas City again this spring, Judd?" That was all the pancake specifications I could get that night, and I didn't wonder that Jackson Bird found it uphill work. So I dropped the subject and talked with Uncle Emsley a while about hollow horn and cyclones, and then Miss Willella came and said, "Good night," and I hit the breeze for the ranch. About a week afterward, I met Jackson Bird riding out of Pimienta as I rode in, and we stopped in the road for a few frivolous remarks. "Got the bill of particulars for them flapjacks yet?" I asked him. "Well, no," says Jackson. "I don't seem to have any success in getting hold of it. Did you try?" "I did," says I, "and 'twas like trying to dig a prairie dog out of his hole with a peanut hull. That pancake recipe must be a jucalorum the way they hold on to it." "I'm most ready to give it up," says Jackson, so discouraged in his pronunciations that I felt sorry for him. "But I did want to know how to make them pancakes to eat on my lonely ranch," says he. "I lie awake at night thinking how good they are." "You keep on trying for it," I tells him, "and I'll do the same. One of us is bound to get a rope over its horns before long. Well, so long, Jaxie. You see, by this time we was on the peacefulest of terms. When I saw that he wasn't after Miss Willella, I had more endurable contemplations of that sandy-haired snoozer. In order to help out the ambitions of his appetite, I kept on trying to get that recipe from Miss Willella, but every time I would say pancakes, she would get sort of remote and fidgety about the eye and try to change the subject. If I held her to it, she would slide out and round up Uncle Emsley with his pitcher water and hip pocket howitzer. One day I galloped over to the store with a fine bunch of blue verbenias that I cut out of a herd of wildflowers over on Poisoned Dog Prairies. Uncle Emsley looked at 'em with one eye shut and says, "Haven't ye heard the news?" "Cattle up?" I asks. "Willella and Jackson Bird was married in Palestine yesterday," says he. "Just got a letter this morning." I dropped them flowers in a cracker barrel and let the news trickle in my ears and down toward my upper left-hand shirt pocket until it got to my feet. "Would you mind saying that over again once more, Uncle Emsley?" says I. "Maybe my hearing has got wrong, and you only said that prime heifers was $4.80 on the hoof, or something like that." "Married yesterday," says Uncle Emsley, "and gone to Waco and Niagara Falls on a wedding tour. Why, didn't you see none of the signs all along? Jackson Bird has been courting Willella ever since that day he took her out riding." "Then," says I, in a kind of a yell, "what was all this zizzaparoola he gives me about pancakes? Tell me that." When I said pancakes, Uncle Emsley sort of dodged and stepped back. "Somebody's been dealing me pancakes from the bottom of the deck," I says, "and I'll find out. I believe you know. Talk up," says I, "or we'll mix a pan full of batter right here." I slid over the counter after Uncle Emsley. He grabbed at his gun, but it was in a drawer, and he missed it 2 inches. I got him by the front of his shirt and shoved him in a corner. "Talk pancakes," says I, "or be made into one. Does Miss Willella make 'em?" "She never made one in her life. I never saw one," says Uncle Emsley, soothing. "Calm down now, Judd, calm down. You never got excited, and that wound in your head is contaminating your sense of intelligence. Try not to think about pancakes." "Uncle Emsley," says I, "I'm not wounded in the head except so far as my natural cogitative instincts run to runts. Jackson Bird told me he was calling on Miss Willella for the purpose of finding out her system of producing pancakes, and he asked me to help him get the bill of lading of the ingredients. I done so, with the results as you see. Have I been sodded down with Johnson grass by a pink-eyed snoozer, or what?" "Slack up your grip on my dress shirt," says Uncle Emsley, "and I'll tell you. Yes, it looks like Jackson Bird has gone and humbugged you some. The day after he went riding with Willella, he came back and told me and her to watch out for you whenever you got to talking about pancakes. He said you was in camp once where they was cooking flapjacks, and one of the fellows cut you over the head with a frying pan. Jackson said that whenever you got over hot or excited, that wound hurt you and made you kind of crazy, and you went about raving about pancakes. He told us just get you worked off of the subject and soothed down, and you wouldn't be dangerous. So, me and Willella done the best by you we knew how." "Well, well," says Uncle Emsley, "that Jackson Bird sure is a seldom kind of snoozer." During the progress of Judd's story, he had been slowly but deftly combining certain portions of the contents of his sacks and cans. Toward the close of it, he set before me the finished product, a pair of red-hot, rich-hued pancakes on a tin plate. From some secret hoarding place he also brought a lump of excellent butter and a bottle of golden syrup. "How long ago did these things happen?" I asked him. 3 years, said Judd. "They're living on the Mired Mule Ranch now, but I haven't seen either of 'em since. They say Jackson Bird was fixing his ranch up fine with rocking chairs and window curtains all the time he was putting me up the pancake tree." Oh, I got over it after a while, but the boys kept a racket up. Did you make these cakes by the famous recipe? I asked. Didn't I tell you there wasn't no recipe? Said Judd. The boys hollered pancakes till they got pancake hungry, and I cut this recipe out of a newspaper. How does the truck taste? They're delicious, I answered. Why don't you have some too, Judd? I was sure I heard a sigh. Me? Said Judd. I don't ever eat 'em. End of The Pimenta Pancakes by O. Henry.
A Reward of Merit by Booth Tarkington. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. A Reward of Merit by Booth Tarkington. Read by Don Jenkins. 1. Penrod and Sam made a gloomy discovery one morning in mid-October. All the week had seen amiable breezes and fair skies until Saturday, when, about breakfast time, the dome of heaven filled solidly with gray vapor and began to drip. The boys' discovery was that there is no justice about the weather. They sat in the carriage house of the Schofields' empty stable. The doors upon the alley were open, and Sam and Penrod stared torpidly at the thin but implacable drizzle, which was the more irritating because there was barely enough of it to interfere with a number of things they had planned to do. "This is nice," Sam said in a tone of plaintive sarcasm. "This is a purty way to do." He was alluding to the personal spitefulness of the elements. "I'd like to know what's the sense of it. Old sun pouring down every day in the week when nobody needs it, then cloud up and rain all Saturday. My father said it's going to be a 3 days' rain." "Well, nobody with any sense cares if it rains Sunday and Monday," said Penrod. "I wouldn't care if it rained every Sunday as long as I lived. But I'd just like to know what's the reason it had to go and rain today. Got all the days of the week to choose from and goes and picks on Saturday. That's a fine business." "Well, in vacation," Sam began, but at a sound from a source invisible to him he paused. "What's that?" he said, somewhat startled. It was a curious sound, loud and hollow and inhuman, yet it seemed to be a cough. Both boys rose, and Penrod asked uneasily, "Where'd that noise come from?" "It's in the alley," said Sam. Perhaps if the day had been bright, both of them would have stepped immediately to the alley doors to investigate. But their actual procedure was to move a little distance in the opposite direction. The strange cough sounded again. "Say," Penrod quavered, "what is that?" Then both boys uttered smothered exclamations and jumped, for the long, gaunt head which appeared in the doorway was entirely unexpected. It was the cavernous and melancholy head of an incredibly thin old whitish horse. This head waggled slowly from side to side. The nostrils vibrated, the mouth opened, and the hollow cough sounded again. Recovering themselves, Penrod and Sam underwent the customary human reaction from alarm to indignation. "What you want, you old horse, you?" Penrod shouted. "Don't you come coughing around me!" And Sam, seizing a stick, hurled it at the intruder. "Get out of here!" he roared. The aged horse nervously withdrew his head, turned tail, and made a rickety flight up the alley, while Sam and Penrod, perfectly obedient to inherited impulse, ran out into the drizzle and uproariously pursued. They were but automatons of instinct, meaning no evil. Certainly they did not know the singular and pathetic history of the old horse who had wandered into the alley and ventured to look through the open door. The horse, about twice the age of either Penrod or Sam, had lived to find himself in a unique position. He was nude, possessing neither harness nor halter. All he had was a name, Whitey, and he would have answered to it by a slight change of expression if anyone had thus properly addressed him. So forlorn was Whitey's case, he was actually an independent horse. He had not even an owner. For 2 days and a half he had been his own master. Previous to that period, he had been the property of one Abilene Morris, a person of color, who would have explained himself as engaged in the hauling business. On the contrary, the hauling business was an insignificant side-line with Mr. Morris, for he had long ago given himself, as utterly as fortune permitted, to that talent which, early in youth, he had recognized as the greatest of all those surging in his bosom. In his waking thoughts and in his dreams, in health and in sickness, Abilene Morris was the dashing and emotional practitioner of an art probably more than Roman in antiquity. Abilene was a crap-shooter. The hauling business was a disguise. A concentration of events had brought it about that, at one and the same time, Abilene, after a dazzling run of dice, found the hauling business an actual danger to the preservation of his liberty. He won $17.60, and within the hour found himself in trouble with an officer of the Humane Society on account of an altercation with Whitey. Abilene had been offered $4 for Whitey some 10 days earlier. Wherefore he at once drove to the shop of the junk dealer who had made the offer and announced his acquiescence in the sacrifice. "No, suh," said the junk dealer, with emphasis. "I already done got me a good mule for my delivery hoss, and that old Whitey hoss ain't wuth no $4 nohow. I is a fool when I talk about throwin' money round that-a-way. I know what you up to, Abilene. Man come by here little bit ago told me all about white man try to 'rest you over on the avenue. Yes, sir, he say white man goin' to get you yet and throw you in jail, 'count of old Whitey. White man tryin' to find out who you is. He say, nemmine, he'll know Whitey again even if he don't know you. He say he catch you by the horse. So you come around tryin' to fix me up with Whitey, so white man grab me, throw me in that jail. Gone away from here, you Abilene. You can't sell and you can't give Whitey to no colored man in this town. You go and drown that old horse, 'cause you certainly goin' to jail if you get kitched drivin' him." The substance of this advice seemed good to Abilene, especially as the $17.60 in his pocket lent sweet colors to life out of jail at this time. At dusk he led Whitey to a broad common at the edge of town and spoke to him finally. "G'wan 'bout your business," said Abilene. "You ain't my hoss. Don't look round at me, 'cause I ain't got no 'quaintance with you. I'm a man o' money, and I got my own friends. I'm a lookin' for bigger cities, hoss. You got yo' business, and I got mine. Mr. Hoss, good night." Whitey found a little frosted grass upon the common and remained there all night. In the morning he sought the shed where Abilene had kept him, but that was across the large and busy town, and Whitey was hopelessly lost. He had but one eye, a feeble one, and his legs were not to be depended on, but he managed to cover a great deal of ground, to have many painful little adventures, and to get monstrously hungry and thirsty before he happened to look in upon Penrod and Sam. When the two boys chased him up the alley, they had no intention to cause pain. They had no intention at all. They were no more cruel than Duke, Penrod's little old dog, who followed his own instincts, and, making his appearance hastily through a hole in the back fence, joined the pursuit with sound and fury. A boy will nearly always run after anything that is running, and his first impulse is to throw a stone at it. This is survival of primeval man, who must take every chance to get his dinner. So when Penrod and Sam drove the hapless Whitey up the alley, they were really responding to an impulse thousands and thousands of years old, an impulse founded upon the primordial observation that whatever runs is likely to prove edible. Penrod and Sam were not bad. They were never that. They were something which was not their fault. They were historic. At the next corner, Whitey turned to the right into the cross street. Thence, turning to the right again, and still warmly pursued, he zigzagged down a main thoroughfare until he reached another cross street which ran alongside the Schofield's yard and brought him to the foot of the alley he had left behind in his flight. He entered the alley, There his dim eye fell upon the open door he had previously investigated. No memory of it remained, but the place had a look associated in his mind with hay, and as Sam and Penrod turned the corner of the alley in panting, yet still vociferous pursuit, Whitey stumbled up the inclined platform before the open doors, staggered thunderously across the carriage house, and through another open door into a stall, an apartment vacant since the occupancy of Mr. Schofield's last horse, now several years deceased. 2. The two boys shrieked with excitement as they beheld the coincidence of the strange return. They burst into the stable, making almost as much noise as Duke, who had become frantic at the invasion. Sam laid hands upon a rake. "You get out of here, you old horse," he bellowed. "I ain't afraid to drive him out. Wait a minute," shouted Penrod. "Wait till Sam was manfully preparing to enter the stall. "You hold the doors open," he commanded, "so's they won't blow shut and keep him in here. I'm going to hit him with "Quiet!" Penrod shouted, grasping the handle of the rake so that Sam could not use it. "Wait a minute, can't you?" He turned with ferocious voice and gestures upon Duke. "Duke!" And Duke, in spite of his excitement, was so impressed that he prostrated himself in silence, and then unobtrusively withdrew from the stable. Penrod ran to the alley doors and closed them. "My gracious!" Sam protested. "What you going to do?" "I'm going to keep this horse," said Penrod, whose face showed the strain of a great idea. "What for?" "For the reward," said Penrod simply. Sam sat down in the wheelbarrow and stared at his friend almost with awe. "My gracious!" he said. "I never thought of that. How much do you think we'll get, Penrod?" Sam's thus admitting himself to a full partnership in the enterprise met no objection from Penrod, who was absorbed in the contemplation of Whitey. "Well," he said judiciously, "we might get more, and we might get less." Sam rose and joined his friend in the doorway opening upon the two stalls. Whitey had preempted the nearer and was hungrily nuzzling the old frayed hollows in the manger. "Maybe $100 or something?" Sam asked in a low voice. Penrod maintained his composure and repeated the new-found expression which had sounded well to him a moment before. He recognized it as a symbol of the non-committal attitude that makes people looked up to. "Well," he made it slow and frowned, "we might get more and we might get less." "More'n $100?" Sam gasped. "Well," said Penrod, "we might get more and we might get less." This time, however, he felt the need of adding something. He put a question in an indulgent tone, as though he were inquiring, not to add to his own information, but to discover the extent of Sam's. "How much do you think horses are worth, anyway?" "I don't know," said Sam frankly, and unconsciously he added, "They might be more and they might be less." "Well, when our old horse died," said Penrod, "Papa said he wouldn't taken $500 for him. That's how much horses are worth." "My gracious!" Sam exclaimed. Then he had a practical afterthought. "But maybe he was a better horse than this'n. What color was he?" "He was bay. Looky here, Sam," and now Penrod's manner changed from the superior to the eager. "You look what kind of horses they have in a circus, and you bet a circus has the best horses, don't it?" "Well, what kind of horses do they have in a circus?" "They have some black and white ones, but the best they have are white all over. Wait, what kind of horse is this we got here? He's pretty near white right now, and I bet if we washed him off and got him fixed up nice, he would be white. Well, a bay horse is worth $500 because that's what Papa said, and this horse—" Sam interrupted rather timidly. He's awfully bony, Penrod. You don't guess that'd make any—" Penrod laughed contemptuously. "Bony? All he needs is a little food, and he'll fill right up and look good as ever. You don't know much about horses, Sam, I expect. Why, our old horse—" "Do you expect he's hungry now?" asked Sam, staring at Whitey. "Let's try him," said Penrod. "Horses like hay and oats the best, but they'll eat most anything." "I guess they will. He's trying to eat that manger up right now, and I bet it ain't good for him." "Come on," said Penrod, closing the door that gave entrance to the stalls. "We got to get this horse some drinkin' water and some good food." They tried Whitey's appetite first with an autumnal branch which they wrenched from a hardy maple in the yard. They had seen horses nibble leaves, and they expected Whitey to nibble the leaves of this branch, but his ravenous condition did not allow him time for cool discriminations. Sam poked the branch at him from the passageway, and Whitey, after one backward movement of alarm, seized it venomously. "Here, you stop that!" Sam shouted. "You stop that, you old horse, you!" "What's the matter?" called Penrod from the hydrant, where he was filling a bucket. "What's he doing now?" "Doing? He's eating the wood part, too. He's chewing up sticks as big as baseball bats. He's crazy!" Penrod rushed to see this sight and stood aghast. "Take it away from him, Sam," he commanded sharply. "Go on, take it away from him yourself," was the prompt retort of his comrade. "You had no business to give it to him," said Penrod. "Anybody with any sense ought to know it'd make him sick. What'd you want to go and give him that for?" "Well, you didn't say not to." "Well, what if I didn't? I never said I did I? You go in that stall and take it away from him." "Yes, I will," Sam returned bitterly. Then, as Whitey had dragged the remains of the branch from the manger to the floor of the stall, Sam scrambled to the top of the manger and looked over. "There ain't much left to take away. He's swallowed it all except some splinters. Better give him the water to try and wash it down with." And as Penrod complied, "My gracious, look at that horse drink!" They gave Whitey 4 buckets of water and then debated the question of nourishment. Obviously, this horse could not be trusted with branches, and, after getting their knees black and their backs sodden, they gave up trying to pull enough grass to sustain him. Then Penrod remembered that horses liked apples, both cooking apples and eating apples, and Sam mentioned the fact that every autumn his father received a barrel of cooking apples from a cousin who owned a farm. That barrel was in the Williams cellar now, and the cellar was providentially supplied with outside doors, so that it could be visited without going through the house. Sam and Penrod set forth for the cellar. They returned to the stable bulging, and after a discussion of Whitey's digestion, Sam claiming that eating the core and seeds, as Whitey did, would grow trees in his inside, they went back to the cellar for supplies again and again. They made 6 trips, carrying each time a capacity cargo of apples, and still Whitey ate in a famished manner. They were afraid to take more apples from the barrel, which began to show conspicuously the result of their raids. Wherefore Penrod made an unostentatious visit to the cellar of his own house. From the inside he opened a window and passed vegetables out to Sam, who placed them in a bucket and carried them hurriedly to the stable, while Penrod returned in a casual manner through the house. Of his sang-froid under a great deal of strain, it is sufficient to relate that in the kitchen he said suddenly to Della the cook, "Oh, look behind you!" And by the time Della discovered that there was nothing unusual behind her, Penrod was gone, and a loaf of bread from the kitchen table was gone with him. Whitey now ate 9 turnips, 2 heads of lettuce, 1 cabbage, 11 raw potatoes, and the loaf of bread. He ate the loaf of bread last, and he was a long time about it, so the boys came to a not unreasonable conclusion. "Well, sir, I guess we got him filled up at last," said Penrod. "I bet he wouldn't eat a saucer of ice cream now if we gave it to him." "He looks better to me," said Sam, staring critically at Whitey. "I think he's kind of begun to fill out some. I expect he must like us, Penrod. We've been doing a good deal for this horse." "Well, we got to keep it up," Penrod insisted rather pompously. "Long as I got charge of this horse, he's going to get good treatment. What we better do now, Penrod?" Penrod took on the outward signs of deep thought. "Well, there's plenty to do, all right. I got to think." Sam made several suggestions, which Penrod, maintaining his air of preoccupation, dismissed with mere gestures. "Oh, I know!" Sam cried finally. "We ought to wash him so's he'll look whiter'n what he does now. We can turn the hose on him across the manger." "No, not yet," said Penrod. "It's too soon after his meal. You ought to know that yourself. What we got to do is make up a bed for him, if he wants to lay down or anything." "Make up a what for him?" Sam echoed, dumbfounded. "What you talking about? How can—" "Sawdust," said Penrod. "That's the way the horse we used to have it. We'll make this horse's bed in the other stall, and then he can go in there and lay down whenever he wants to." "How are we going to do it?" "Look, Sam, there's the hole in the sawdust box. All you got to do is walk in there with the shovel, stick the shovel in the hole till it gets full of sawdust, and then sprinkle it around on the empty stall." "All I got to do?" Sam cried. "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to be right here," Penrod answered reassuringly. "He won't kick or anything, and it isn't going to take you half a second to slip around behind him to the other stall." "What makes you think he won't kick?" "Well, I know he won't. And besides, you could hit him with the shovel if he tried. Anyhow, I'll be right here, won't I?" "I don't care where you are," Sam said earnestly. "What difference would that make if he "Why, you were going right in the stalls," Penrod reminded him. "When he first came in, you were going to take the rake and "I don't care if I was," Sam declared. "I was excited then." "Well, you can get excited now, can't you?" his friend urged. "You can just as easy get He was interrupted by a shout from Sam, who was keeping his eye upon Whitey through the discussion. Looky there!" And undoubtedly renewing his excitement, Sam pointed at the long, gaunt head beyond the manger. It was disappearing from view. "Look!" Sam shouted. "He's layin' down." "Well, then," said Penrod, "I guess he's going to take a nap. If he wants to lay down without waiting for us to get the sawdust fixed for him, that's his lookout, not ours." On the contrary, Sam perceived a favorable opportunity for action. "I'd just as soon go and make his bed while he's layin' down," he volunteered. "You climb up on the manger and watch him, Penrod, and I'll sneak in the other stall and fix it all up nice for him, so's he can go in there any time he wakes up and lay down again, or anything, and if he starts to get up, you holler, and I'll jump out over the other manger." Accordingly, Penrod established himself in a position to observe the recumbent figure. Whitey's breathing was rather labored but regular, and, as Sam remarked, he looked better, even in his slumber. It was not to be doubted that, although Whitey was suffering from a light attack of colic, his feelings were in the main those of contentment. After trouble, he was solaced. After exposure, he was sheltered. After hunger and thirst, he was fed and watered. He slept. The noon whistles blew before Sam's task was finished. But by the time he departed for lunch, there was made a bed of such quality that Whitey must needs have been born fault-finder if he complained of it. The friends parted, each urging the other to be prompt in returning. But Penrod got into threatening difficulties as soon as he entered the house. 3. "Penrod," said his mother, "what did you do with that loaf of bread Della says you took from the table?" "Ma'am? What loaf of bread?" "I believe I can't let you go outdoors this afternoon," Mrs. Schofield said severely. "If you were hungry, you knew perfectly well all you had to do was to—" "But I wasn't hungry. "You can explain later," said Mrs. Schofield. "You'll have all afternoon." Penrod's heart grew cold. "I can't stay in," he protested. "I've asked Sam Williams to come over." "I'll telephone Mrs. Williams." "Mamma!" Penrod's voice became agonized. "I had to give that bread to a poor old man. He was starving, and so were his children and his wife. They were all just starving, and they couldn't wait while I took time to come and ask you, Mamma. I got to go outdoors this afternoon. I got to. Sam's—" She relented. In the carriage house, half an hour later, Penrod gave an account of the episode. "Where'd we been, I'd just like to know," he concluded, "if I hadn't got out here this afternoon?" "Well, I guess I could managed him all right," said Sam. "I was in the passageway a minute ago, taking a look at him. He's standing up again. I expect he wants more to eat." "Well, we got to fix about that," said Penrod. "But what I mean, if I'd had to stay in the house, where would have been about the most important thing in the whole business?" "What you talking about?" "Well, why can't you wait until I tell you?" Penrod's tone had become peevish. For that matter, so had Sam's. They were developing one of the little differences or quarrels that composed the very texture of their friendship. "Well, why don't you tell me, then?" "Well, how can I?" Penrod demanded. "You keep talking every minute." "I'm not talking now, am I?" Sam protested. "You can tell me now, can't you? I'm not "You are, too!" shouted Penrod. "You talk all the time. He was interrupted by Whitey's peculiar cough. Both boys jumped and forgot their argument. "He means he wants some more to eat, I bet," said Sam. "Well, if he does, he's got to wait," Penrod declared. "We got to get the most important thing of all fixed up first." "What's that, Penrod?" "The reward," said Penrod mildly. "That's what I was trying to tell you about, Sam, if you'd ever give me half a chance." "Well, I did give you a chance. I kept telling you to tell me, but you kept saying—" They renewed this discussion, protracting it indefinitely. But as each persisted in clinging to his own interpretation of the facts, the question still remains unsettled. It was abandoned, or rather, it merged into another during the later stages of debate, this other being concerned with which of the debaters had the least sense. Each made the plain statement that if he were more deficient than his opponent in that regard, self-destruction would be his only refuge. Each declared that he would rather die than be talked to death, and then, as the two approached a point bluntly recriminative, Whitey coughed again. Whereupon they were miraculously silent and went into the passageway in a perfectly amiable manner. "I got to have a look at him for once," said Penrod as he stared frowningly at Whitey. "We got to fix up about that reward." "I want to take a good old look at him myself," said Sam. After supplying Whitey with another bucket of water, they returned to the carriage house and seated themselves thoughtfully. In truth, they were something a shade more than thoughtful. The adventure to which they had committed themselves was beginning to be a little overpowering. If Whitey had been a dog, a goat, a fowl, or even a stray calf, they would have felt equal to him. But now that the earlier glow of their wild daring had disappeared, vague apprehensions stirred. Their good look at Whitey had not reassured them. He seemed large, Gothic, and unusual. Whisperings within them began to urge that for boys to undertake an enterprise connected with so huge an animal as an actual horse was perilous. Beneath the surface of their musings, dim but ominous prophecies moved. Both boys began to have the feeling that, somehow, this affair was going to get beyond them, and that they would be in heavy trouble before it was over. They knew not why. They knew why no more than they knew why they felt it imperative to keep the fact of Whitey's presence in the stable a secret from their respective families, but they did begin to realize that keeping a secret of that size was going to be attended with some difficulty. In brief, their sensations were becoming comparable to those of the man who stole a house. Nevertheless, after a short period given to unspoken misgivings, they returned to the subject of the reward. The money value of bay horses as compared to white was again discussed, and each announced his certainty that nothing less than a good old $100 would be offered for the return of Whitey. But immediately after speaking, they fell into another silence due to sinking feelings. They had spoken loudly and confidently, and yet they knew somehow that such things were not to be. According to their knowledge, it was perfectly reasonable to suppose that they would receive this fortune, but they frightened themselves in speaking of it. They knew that they could not have $100 for their own. An oppression, as from something awful and criminal, descended upon them at intervals. Presently, however, they were warmed to a little cheerfulness again by Penrod's suggestion that they should put a notice in the paper. Neither of them had the slightest idea how to get it there, but such details as that were beyond their horizon. They occupied themselves with the question of what their advertisement ought to say. Finding that they differed irreconcilably, Penrod went to a cache of his in the sawdust box and brought 2 pencils and a supply of paper. He gave one of the pencils and several sheets to Sam. Then both boys bent themselves in silence to the labor of practical composition. Penrod produced the briefer paragraph. Sam's was more ample. Neither Sam nor Penrod showed any interest in what the other had written, but both felt something praiseworthy had been accomplished. Penrod exhaled a sigh of relief, and in a manner he had observed his father use sometimes, he said, "Thank goodness, that's off my mind, anyway." "What we going to do next, Penrod?" Sam said deferentially, the borrowed manner having some effect upon him. "I don't know what you're going to do," Penrod returned, picking up the old cigar box which had contained the paper and pencils. "I'm going to put mine in here so's it'll come in handy when I have to get at it." "Well, I guess I'll keep mine there, too," said Sam. Thereupon he deposited his scribbled slip beside Penrod's in the cigar box, and the box was solemnly returned to the secret place whence it had been taken. "There, that's tended to," said Sam, and unconsciously imitating his friend's imitation, he gave forth audibly a breath of satisfaction and relief. Both boys felt that the financial side of their great affair had been conscientiously looked to, that the question of the reward was settled, and that everything was proceeding in a business-like manner. Therefore, they were able to turn their attention to another matter. That was the question of Whitey's next meal. After their exploits of the morning and the consequent imperilment of Penrod, they decided that nothing more was to be done in apples, vegetables, or bread. It was evident that Whitey must be fed from the bosom of nature. "We couldn't pull enough of that frostbit old grass in the yard to feed him," Penrod said gloomily. "We could work a week and not get enough to make him swaller more'n about twice. All we got this morning, he blew most of it away. He'd try to scoop it in toward his teeth with his lip, and then he'd half kind of blow out of his breath, and after that all the grass that'd be left was just some wet pieces sticking to the outsides of his face. Well, and you know how he acted about that maple branch. We can't trust him with branches." Sam jumped up. "I know!" he cried. "There's lots of leaves left on the branches. We can give them to him." "I just said I don't mean the branches," Sam exclaimed. "We'll leave the branches on the trees, but just pull the leaves off the branches and put 'em in the bucket and feed 'em to him out of the bucket." Penrod thought this plan worth trying, and for 3/4 of an hour the two boys were busy with the lower branches of various trees in the yard. Thus they managed to supply Whitey with a fair quantity of wet leaves, which he ate in a perfunctory way, displaying little of his earlier enthusiasm. And the work of his purveyors might have been more tedious if it had been less damp, for a boy is seldom bored by anything that involves his staying out in the rain without protection. The drizzle had thickened, the leaves were heavy with water, and at every jerk the branches sent fat drops over the two collectors. They attained a noteworthy state of sogginess. Finally, they were brought to the attention of the authorities indoors, and Della appeared upon the back porch. "Muster Penrod," she called, "your mamma says you'll come in the house this minute and change your shoes and stockings and everything else you got on. Do you hear me?" Penrod, taken by surprise and unpleasantly alarmed, darted away from the tree he was depleting and ran for the stable. "You tell her I'm dry as toast," he shouted over his shoulder. Della withdrew, wearing the air of a person gratuitously insulted, and a moment later she issued from the kitchen carrying an umbrella. She opened it and walked resolutely to the stable. "She says I'm to bring ye in the house," says Della, "and I'm goin' to bring ye." Sam had joined Penrod in the carriage house, and with the beginnings of an unnamed terror the two beheld this grim advance. But they did not stay for its culmination. Without a word to each other, they hurriedly tiptoed up the stairs to the gloomy loft, and there they paused, listening. They heard Della's steps upon the carriage house floor. "Ah, there's plenty places to hide in," they heard her say. "But I'll show ye. She told me to bring ye, and I'm—" She was interrupted by a peculiar sound, loud, chilling, dismal, and unmistakably not of human origin. The boys knew it for Whitey's cough, but Della had not their experience. A smothered shriek reached their ears. There was a scurrying noise, and then, with horror, they heard Della's footsteps in the passageway that ran by Whitey's manger. Immediately there came a louder shriek, and even in the anguish of knowing their secret discovered, they were shocked to hear distinctly the words, "Oh, Lard in heaven!" in a well-known voice of Della. She shrieked again, and they heard the rush of her footfalls across the carriage-house door. Wild words came from the outer air, and the kitchen door slammed violently. It was all over. She had gone to tell. Penrod and Sam plunged down the stairs and out of the stable. They climbed the back fence and fled up the alley. They turned into Sam's yard, and, without consultation, headed for the cellar doors, nor paused until they found themselves in the furthest, darkest, and gloomiest recess of the cellar. There, perspiring, stricken with fear, they sank down upon the earthen floor, with their moist backs against the stone wall. Thus with boys. The vague apprehensions that had been creeping upon Penrod and Sam all afternoon had become monstrous. The unknown was before them. How great their crime would turn out to be, now that it was in the hands of grown people, they did not know, but since it concerned a horse, it would undoubtedly be considered of terrible dimensions. Their plans for a reward and all the things that had seemed both innocent and practical in the morning now staggered their minds as manifestations of criminal folly. A new and terrible light seemed to play upon the day's exploits. They had chased a horse belonging to strangers, and it would be said that they deliberately drove him into the stable and there concealed him. They had, in truth, virtually stolen him, and they had stolen food for him. The waning light through the small window above them warned Penrod that his inroads upon the vegetables in his own cellar must soon be discovered. Della, that nemesis, would seek them in order to prepare them for dinner, and she would find them not, but she would recall his excursion to the cellar, for she had seen him when he came up, and also the truth would be known concerning the loaf of bread. Altogether, Penrod felt that his case was worse than Sam's, until Sam offered a suggestion which roused such horrible possibilities concerning the principal item of their offense that all thought of the smaller indictments disappeared. "Listen, Penrod," Sam quavered. "What if that old horse maybe belonged to a policeman?" Sam's imagination was not of the comforting kind. "What'd they do to us, Penrod, if it turned out it was some policeman's horse?" Penrod was able only to shake his head. He did not reply in words, but both boys thenceforth considered it almost inevitable that Whitey had belonged to a policeman, and in their sense of so ultimate a disaster they ceased for a time to brood upon what their parents would probably do to them. The penalty for stealing a policeman's horse would be only a step short of capital, they were sure. They would not be hanged, but vague, looming sketches of something called the penitentiary began to flicker before them. It grew darker in the cellar, so that finally they could not see each other. "I guess they're hunting for us by now," Sam said huskily. I don't like it much down here, Penrod." Penrod's hoarse whisper came from the profound gloom. "Well, whoever said you did?" "Well," Sam paused. Then he said plaintively, "I wish we'd never seen that dern old horse." "It was every bit his fault," said Penrod. "We didn't do anything. If he hadn't come sticking his old head in our stable, it'd never happened at all. Old fool!" He rose. "I'm going to get out of here. I guess I've stood about enough for one day." Where you going, Penrod? You aren't going home, are you?" "No, I'm not. What do you take me for? You think I'm crazy?" "Well, where can you go?" How far Penrod's desperation actually would have led him is doubtful, but he made this statement. "I don't know where you're going, but I'm going to walk straight out in the country until I come to a farmhouse and say my name's George and live there." "I'll do it, too," Sam whispered eagerly. "I'll say my name's Henry." "Well, we better get started," said the executive Penrod. "We got to get away from here, anyway." But when they came to ascend the steps leading to the outside doors, they found that those doors had been closed and locked for the night. "It's no use," Sam lamented. "And we can't bust 'em, 'cause I tried to once before. Fanny always locks 'em about 5 o'clock. I forgot. We got to go up the stairway and try to sneak out through the house." They tiptoed back and up the inner stairs. They paused at the top, then breathlessly stepped out into a hall which was entirely dark. Sam touched Penrod's sleeve in warning and bent to listen at a door. Immediately that door opened, revealing the bright library where sat Penrod's mother and Sam's father. It was Sam's mother who had opened the door. "Come into the library, boys," she said. "Mrs. Schofield is just telling us about it." And as the two comrades moved dumbly into the lighted room, Penrod's mother rose and, taking him by the shoulder, urged him close to the fire. "You stand there and try to dry off a little while I finish telling Mr. and Mrs. Williams about you and Sam," she said. "You'd better make Sam keep near the fire, too, Mrs. Williams, because they both got wringing wet. Think of their running off just when most people would have wanted to stay. Well, I'll go on with the story, then. Della told me all about it, and what the cook next door said she'd seen. How they'd been trying to pull grass and leaves for the poor old thing all day, and about all the apples they carried from your cellar, and getting wet and working in the rain as hard as they could, and they'd given him a loaf of bread. Shame on you, Penrod." She paused to laugh, but there was a little moisture round her eyes even before she laughed. "And they'd fed him on potatoes and lettuce and cabbage and turnips out of our cellar. And I wish you'd see the sawdust bed they made for him. Well, when I telephoned and the Humane Society man got there, he said it was the most touching thing he ever knew. It seems he knew this horse and had been looking for him. He said 99 boys out of 100 would have chased the poor old thing away, and he was going to see to it that this case didn't go unnoticed, because the local branch of the society gives little silver medals for special acts like this. And the last thing he said before he led the poor old horse away was that he was sure Penrod and Sam each would be awarded one at the meeting of the society next Thursday night. On the following Saturday morning a yodel sounded from the sunny sidewalk in front of the Schofields' house, and Penrod, issuing forth, beheld the familiar figure of Samuel Williams in waiting. Upon Sam's breast there glittered a round bit of silver suspended by a white ribbon from a bar of the same metal. Upon the breast of Penrod was a decoration precisely similar. "Lo, Penrod," said Sam, "what are you going to do?" "Nothing." "I got mine on," said Sam. "I have too," said Penrod. "I wouldn't take $100 for mine." Each glanced pleasantly at the other's medal. They faced each other without shame. Neither had the slightest sense of hypocrisy either in himself or in his comrade. On the contrary, Penrod's eyes went from Sam's medal back to his own. Thence they wandered with perhaps a little disappointment to the lifeless street and to the empty yards and the spectatorless windows of the neighborhood. Then he looked southward toward the busy heart of the town where multitudes were. "Let's go down and see what time it is by the courthouse clock," said Penrod. End of A Reward of Merit by Booth Tarkington. Read by Don Jenkins.
Henry Lawson. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Settling on the Land by Henry Lawson. The worst bore in Australia just now is the man who raves about getting the people on the land, and buttonholes you in the street with a little scheme of his own. He generally does not know what he is talking about. There is in Sydney a man named Tom Hopkins who settled on the land once, and sometimes you can get him to talk about it. He did very well at his trade in the city, years ago, until he began to think he could do better up country. Then he arranged with his sweetheart to be true to him and wait whilst he went west and made a home. She drops out of the story at this point. He selected on a run at Dry Hole Creek, and for months awaited the arrival of the government surveyors to fix his boundaries, but they didn't come, and, as he had no reason to believe they would turn up within the next 10 years, he grubbed and fenced at a venture, and started farming operations. Does the reader know what grubbing means? Tom does. He found the biggest, ugliest, and most useless trees on his particular piece of ground, also the greatest number of adamantine stumps. He started without experience, or with very little, but with plenty of advice from men who knew less about farming than he did. He found a soft place between 2 roots on one side of the first tree, made a narrow, irregular hole, and burrowed down till he reached a level where the taproot was somewhat less than 4 feet in diameter, and not quite as hard as flint. Then he found that he hadn't room to swing the axe, so he heaved out another ton or 2 of earth, and rested. Next day he sank a shaft on the other side of the gum, and after tea, over a pipe, it struck him that it would be a good idea to burn the tree out, and so used up the logs and lighter rubbish lying around. So he widened the excavation, rolled in some logs, and set fire to them, with no better result than to scorch the roots. Tom persevered. He put the trace harness on his horse, drew in all the logs within half a mile, and piled them on the windward side of that gum, and during the night the fire found a soft place, and the tree burnt off about 6 feet above the surface, falling on a squatter's boundary fence, and leaving the ugliest kind of stump to occupy the selector's attention, which it did for a week. He waited till the hole cooled, and then he went to work with pick, shovel, and axe, and even now he gets interested in drawings of machinery, such as are published in the agricultural weeklies, for getting out stumps without graft. He thought he would be able to get some posts and rails out of that tree, but found reason to think that a cast-iron column would split sooner, and straighter. He traced some of the surface routes to the other side of the selection, and broke most of his trace chains trying to get them out by horsepower, for they had other routes going down from underneath. He cleared a patch in the course of time, and for several seasons he broke more plowshares than he could pay for. Meanwhile the squatter was not idle. Tom's tent was robbed several times, and his hut burnt down twice. Then he was charged with killing some sheep and a steer on the run, and converting them to his own use, but got off mainly because there was a difference of opinion between the squatter and the other local J.P. concerning politics and religion. Tom plowed and sowed wheat, but nothing came up to speak of. The ground was too poor, so he carted stable manure 6 miles from the nearest town, manured the land, sowed another crop, and prayed for rain. It came. It raised a flood which washed the crop clean off the selection, together with several acres of manure, and a considerable portion of the original surface soil, and the water brought down enough sand to make a beach, and spread it over the field to a depth of 6 inches. The flood also took half a mile of fencing from along the creek bank, and landed it in a bend, 3 miles down, on a dummy selection, where it was confiscated. Tom didn't give up, he was energetic. He cleared another piece of ground on the siding, and sowed more wheat. It had the rust in it, or the smut, and averaged 3 shillings per bushel. Then he sowed lucerne and oats, and bought a few cows. He had an idea of starting a dairy. First the cow's eyes got bad, and he sought the advice of a German cocky, and acted upon it. He blew powdered alum through paper tubes into the bad eyes, and got some of it snorted and butted back into his own. He cured the cow's eyes, and got the sandy blight in his own, and for a week or so he couldn't tell one end of a cow from the other, but sat in a dark corner of the hut and groaned, and soaked his glued eyelashes in warm water. Germany stuck to him and nursed him, and saw him through. Then the milkers got bad udders, and Tom took his life in his hands whenever he milked them. He got them all right presently, and butter fell to 4 pence a pound. He and the aforesaid cocky made arrangements to send their butter to a better market, and then the cows contracted a disease which was known in those parts as pleuropneumonia, but generally referred to as the pleurer. Again Tom sought advice, acting upon which he slit the cows' ears, cut their tails half off to bleed them, and poured pints of pain-killer into them through their nostrils, but they wouldn't make an effort, except, perhaps, to rise and poke the selector when he tried to tempt their appetites with slices of immature pumpkin. They died peacefully and persistently, until all were gone save a certain dangerous, barren, slab-sided loony bovine with white eyes and much agility in jumping fences, who was known locally as Queen Elizabeth. Tom shot Queen Elizabeth, and turned his attention to agriculture again. Then his plough horses took bad with something the Teuton called der Strangles. He submitted them to a course of treatment in accordance with Jacob's advice, and they died. Even then Tom didn't give in. There was grit in that man. He borrowed a broken-down dray horse in return for its keep, coupled it with his own old riding hack, and started to finish ploughing. The team wasn't a success. Whenever the draft horse's knees gave way and he stumbled forward, he jerked the lighter horse back into the plough, and something would break. Then Tom would blaspheme till he was refreshed, mend up things with wire and bits of clothesline, fill his pockets with stones to throw at the team, and start again. Finally he hired a dummy's child to drive the horses. The brat did his best as he tugged at the head of the team, prodded it behind, heaved rocks at it, cut a sapling, got up his enthusiasm, and wildly whacked the light horse whenever the other showed signs of moving, but he never succeeded in starting both horses at one and the same time. Moreover, the youth was cheeky, and the selector's temper had been soured. He cursed the boy along with the horses, the plough, the selection, the squatter, and Australia. Yes, he cursed Australia. The boy cursed back, was chastised, and immediately went home and brought his father. Then the dummy's dog tackled the selector's dog, and this precipitated things. The dummy would have gone under had his wife not arrived on the scene with the eldest son and the rest of the family. They all fell foul of Tom. The woman was the worst. The selector's dog chawed the other and came to his master's rescue just in time, or Tom Hopkins would never have lived to become the inmate of a lunatic asylum. Next year there happened to be good grass on Tom's selection and nowhere else, and he thought it wouldn't be a bad idea to get a few poor sheep and fatten them up for market. Sheep were selling for about 7 and 6 pence a dozen at that time. Tom got 100 or 2, but the squatter had a man stationed at one side of the selection with dogs to set on the sheep directly they put their noses through the fence. Tom's was not a sheep fence. The dogs chased the sheep across the selection and into the run again on the other side, where another man waited ready to pound them. Tom's dog did his best, but he fell sick while chawing up the fourth capitalistic canine, and subsequently died. The dummies had robbed that cur with poison before starting it across. That was the only way they could get at Tom's dog. Tom thought that two might play at the game, and he tried, but his nephew, who happened to be up from the city on a visit, was arrested at the instigation of the squatter for alleged sheep-stealing, and sentenced to 2 years hard, during which time the selector himself got 6 months for assaulting the squatter with intent to do him grievous bodily harm, which, indeed, he more than attempted, if a broken nose, a fractured jaw, and the loss of most of the squatter's teeth amounted to anything. The squatter by this time had made peace with the other local justice, and had become his father-in-law. When Tom came out there was little left for him to live for, but he took a job of fencing, got a few pounds together, and prepared to settle on the land some more. He got a missus and a few cows during the next year. The missus robbed him and ran away with the dummy, and the cows died in the drought, or were impounded by the squatter while on their way to water. Then Tom rented an orchard up the creek, and a hailstorm destroyed all the fruit. Germany happened to be represented at the time, Jacob having sought shelter at Tom's, but on his way home from town. Tom stood leaning against the doorpost with the hail beating on him through it all. His eyes were very bright and very dry, and every breath was a choking sob. Jacob let him stand there, and sat inside with a dreamy expression on his hard face, thinking of childhood and fatherland, perhaps. When it was over he led Tom to a stool, and said, "You waits there, Tom, I must go home for somedings. You sits there and waits 20 minutes. Then he got on his horse and rode off muttering to himself, "Dat man must cry, dat man must cry." He was back inside of 20 minutes with a bottle of wine and a cornet under his overcoat. He poured the wine into 2 pint-pots, made Tom drink, drank himself, and then took his cornet, stood up at the door, and played a German march into the rain after the retreating storm. The hail had passed over his vineyard, and he was a ruined man too. Tom did cry, and was all right. He was a bit disheartened, but he did another job of fencing, and was just beginning to think about puttin' in a few vines and fruit trees, when the government surveyors, whom he'd forgotten all about, had a resurrection and came and surveyed, and found that the real selection was located amongst some barren ridges across the creek. Tom reckoned it was lucky he didn't plant the orchard, and he set about shifting his home and fences to the new site. But the squatter interfered at this point, entered into possession of the farm and all on it, and took action against the selector for trespass, laying the damages at £2,500. Tom was admitted to the lunatic asylum at Parramatta next year, and the squatter was sent there the following summer, having been ruined by the drought, the rabbits, the banks, and a wool ring. The two became very friendly, and had many a sociable argument about the feasibility, or otherwise, of blowing open the floodgates of heaven in a dry season with dynamite. Tom was discharged a few years since. He knocks about certain suburbs a good deal. He is seen in daylight seldom, and at night mostly in connection with a dray and a lantern. He says his one great regret is that he wasn't found to be of unsound mind before he went up country. End of Settling on the Land by Henry Lawson. Read by Jesse Noir.
By Jack London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. I don't think much of Stephen Mackay anymore, though I used to swear by him. I know that in those days I loved him more than my own brother. If ever I meet Stephen Mackay again, I shall not be responsible for my actions. It passes beyond me that a man with whom I shared food and blanket, and with whom I mushed over the Chilcoot Trail, should turn out the way he did. I always sized Steve up as a square man, a kindly comrade, without any iota of anything vindictive or malicious in his nature. I shall never trust my judgment in men again. Why? I nursed that man through typhoid fever. We starved together on the headwaters of the Stewart, and he saved my life on the Little Salmon. And now, after the years we were together, all I can say of Stephen Mackay is that he is the meanest man I ever knew. We started for the Klondike, in the full rush of 1897, and we started too late to get over Chilcoot Pass before the freeze-up. We packed our outfit on our backs part way over, when the snow began to fly, and then we had to buy dogs in order to sled it the rest of the way. That was how we came to get that spot. Dogs were high, and we paid $110 for him. He looked worth it. I say looked, because he was one of the finest appearing dogs I ever saw. He weighed 60 pounds, and he had all the lines of a good sled animal. We never could make out his breed. He wasn't husky, nor Malamute, nor Hudson Bay. He looked like all of them, and he didn't look like any of them. And, on top of it all, he had some of the white man's dog in him. For, on one side, in the thick of the mixed yellow, brown, red, and dirty white that was his prevailing colour, there was a spot of coal black as big as a water bucket. That was why we called him Spot. He was a good looker all right. When he was in condition, his muscles stood out in bunches all over him, and he was the strongest looking brute I ever saw in Alaska, also the most intelligent looking. To run your eyes over him, you'd think he could outpull 3 dogs of his own weight. Maybe he could, but I never saw it. His intelligence didn't run that way. He could steal and forage to perfection. He had an instinct that was positively gruesome for divining when work was to be done, and for making a sneak accordingly. And for getting lost and not staying lost, he was nothing short of inspired. But when it came to work, the way that intelligence dribbled out of him and left him a mere clot of wobbling, stupid jelly would make your heart bleed. There are times when I think it wasn't stupidity. Maybe, like some men I know, he was too wise to work. I shouldn't wonder if he put it all over us with that intelligence of his. Maybe he figured it all out and decided that a licking now and again and no work was a whole lot better than work all the time and no licking. He was intelligent enough for such a computation. I tell you, I've sat and looked into that dog's eyes till the shivers ran up and down my spine, and the marrow crawled like yeast, what of the intelligence I saw shining out. I can't express myself about that intelligence. It is beyond mere words. I saw it, that's all. At times it was like gazing into a human soul to look into his eyes, and what I saw there frightened me, and started all sorts of ideas in my own mind of reincarnation and all the rest. I tell you, I sensed something big in that brute's eyes. There was a message there, but I wasn't big enough myself to catch it. Whatever it was, I know I'm making a fool of myself. Whatever it was, it baffled me. I can't give an inkling of what I saw in that brute's eyes. It wasn't light. It wasn't colour. It was something that moved away back when the eyes themselves weren't moving. And I guess I didn't see it move either. I only sensed that it moved. It was an expression, that's what it was, and I got an impression of it. No, it was different from a mere expression. It was more than that. I don't know what it was, but it gave me a feeling of kinship just the same. Oh, no, not sentimental kinship. It was rather a kinship of equality. Those eyes never pleaded like a deer's eyes. They challenged. No, it wasn't defiance. It was just a calm assumption of equality. And I don't think it was deliberate. My belief is that it was unconscious on his part. It was there because it was there, and it couldn't help shining out. No, I don't mean shine. It didn't shine. It moved. I know I'm talking rot. If you'd looked into that animal's eyes the way I have, you'd understand Steve was affected the same way I was. Why, I tried to kill that Spot once. He was no good for anything, and I fell down on it. I led him out into the brush, and he came along slow and unwilling. He knew what was going on. I stopped in a likely place, put my foot on the rope, and pulled my big Colts. And that dog sat down and looked at me. I tell you, he didn't plead. He just looked. And I saw all kinds of incomprehensible things moving, yes, moving in those eyes of his. I didn't really see them move. I thought I saw them. For, as I said before, I guess I only sensed them. And I want to tell you right now that it got beyond me. It was like killing a man, a conscious, brave man who looked calmly into your gun as much as to say, "Who's afraid?" Then, too, the message seemed so near that, instead of pulling the trigger quick, I stopped to see if I could catch the message. There it was, right before me, glimmering all around in those eyes of his. And then it was too late. I got scared. I was trembly all over, and my stomach generated a nervous palpitation that made me seasick. I just sat down and looked at that dog, and he looked at me, till I thought I was going crazy. Do you want to know what I did? I threw down the gun and ran back to camp with the fear of God in my heart. Steve laughed at me, but I noticed that Steve led Spot into the woods a week later for the same purpose, and that Steve came back alone, and a little later, Spot drifted back too. At any rate, Spot wouldn't work. We paid $110 for him from the bottom of our sack, and he wouldn't work. He wouldn't even tighten the traces. Steve spoke to him the first time he put him in harness, and he sort of shivered, that was all. Not an ounce on the traces. He just stood still and wobbled like so much jelly. Steve touched him with the whip. He yelped, but not an ounce. Steve touched him again, a bit harder, and he howled, the regular long wolf howl. Then Steve got mad and gave him half a dozen, and I came on the run from the tent. I told Steve he was brutal with the animal, and we had some words, the first we'd ever had. He threw the whip down in the snow and walked away mad. I picked it up and went to it. That Spot trembled and wobbled and cowered before ever I swung the lash, and with the first bite of it he howled like a lost soul. Next he lay down in the snow. I started the rest of the dogs, and they dragged him along while I threw the whip into him. He rolled over on his back and bumped along, his forelegs waving in the air, himself howling as though he was going through a sausage machine. Steve came back and laughed at me, and I apologized for what I had said. There was no getting any work out of that Spot, and to make up for it, he was the biggest pig glutton of a dog I ever saw. On top of that, he was the cleverest thief. There was no circumventing him. Many a breakfast we went without our bacon because Spot had been there first, and it was because of him that we nearly starved to death at the steward. He figured out the way to break into our meat cache, and what he didn't eat, the rest of the team did. But he was impartial. He stole from everybody. He was a restless dog, always very busy snooping around or going somewhere, and there was never a camp within 5 miles that he didn't raid. The worst of it was that they always came back on us to pay his board bill, which was just being the law of the land. But it was mighty hard on us, especially that first winter on the Chilcoot, when we were busted, paying for whole hams and sides of bacon that we never ate. He could fight too, that Spot. He could do everything but work. He never pulled a pound, but he was the boss of the whole team. The way he made those dogs stand around was an education. He bullied them, and there was always one or more of them flesh-marked with his fangs. But he was more than a bully. He wasn't afraid of anything that walked on 4 legs, and I've seen him march single-handed into a strange team without any provocation whatever and put the kibosh on the whole outfit. Did I say he could eat? I caught him eating the whip once, that's straight. He started in at the lash, and when I caught him he was down to the handle and still going. But he was a good looker. At the end of the first week, we sold him for $75 to the mounted police. They had experienced dog drivers, and we knew that by the time he'd covered the 600 miles to Dawson, he'd be a good sled dog. I say we knew, for we were just getting acquainted with that Spot. A little later, we were not brash enough to know anything where he was concerned. A week later, we woke up in the morning to the dangdest dogfight we'd ever heard. It was that Spot come back and knocking the team into shape. We ate a pretty depressing breakfast, I can tell you, but cheered up 2 hours afterward when we sold him to an official courier bound into Dawson with government despatches. That Spot was only 3 days in coming back, and, as usual, celebrated his arrival with a roughhouse. We spent the winter and spring, after our own outfit was across the pass, frighting other people's outfits, and we made a fat stake. Also, we made money at a Spot. If we sold him once, we sold him 20 times. He always came back, and no one asked for their money. We didn't want the money. We'd have paid handsomely for anyone to take him off our hands for keeps. We had to get rid of him, and we couldn't give him away, for that would have been suspicious. But he was such a fine looker that we never had any difficulty in selling him. Unbroke, we'd say, and they'd pay any old price for him. We sold him as low as $25, and once we got $150 for him. That particular party returned him in person, refused to take his money back, and the way he abused us was something awful. He said it was cheap at the price to tell us what he thought of us, and we felt he was so justified that we never talked back. But to this day I've never quite regained all the old self-respect that was mine before that man talked to me. When the ice cleared out of the lakes and river, we put our outfit in a Lake Bennett boat and started for Dawson. We had a good team of dogs, and of course we piled them on top the outfit. That Spot was along. There was no losing him. And a dozen times the first day, he knocked one or another of the dogs overboard in the course of fighting with them. It was close quarters, and he didn't like being crowded. What that dog needs is space, Steve said the second day. Let's maroon him. We did, running the boat in at Caribou Crossing for him to jump ashore. 2 of the other dogs, good dogs, followed him, and we lost 2 whole days trying to find them. We never saw those 2 dogs again, but the quietness and relief we enjoyed made us decide, like the man who refused his $150, that it was cheap at the price. For the first time in months, Steve and I laughed and whistled and sang. We were as happy as clams. The dark days were over. The nightmare had been lifted. That Spot was gone. 3 weeks later, one morning, Steve and I were standing on the riverbank at Dawson. A small boat was just arriving from Lake Bennett. I saw Steve give a start and heard him say something that was not nice and that was not under his breath. Then I looked, and there, in the bow of the boat, with ears pricked up, sat Spot. Steve and I sneaked immediately, like beaten curs, like cowards, like absconders from justice. It was this last that the lieutenant of police thought when he saw us sneaking. He surmised that there were law officers in the boat who were after us. He didn't wait to find out, but kept us in sight, and in the M&M saloon got us in a corner. We had a merry time explaining, for we refused to go back to the boat and meet Spot, and finally he held us under guard of another policeman while he went to the boat. After we got clear of him, we started for the cabin, and when we arrived, there was that Spot, sitting on the stoop waiting for us. Now, how did he know we lived there? There were 40,000 people in Dawson that summer, and how did he starve our cabin out of all the cabins? How did he know we were in Dawson anyway? I leave it to you. But don't forget what I have said about his intelligence, and that immortal something I have seen glimmering in his eyes. There was no getting rid of him anymore. There were too many people in Dawson who had brought him up on Chilcoot, and the story got around. 6 times we put him on board steamboats going down the Yukon, but he merely went ashore at the first landing and trotted back up the bank. We couldn't sell him. We couldn't kill him. Both Steve and I had tried, and nobody else was able to kill him. He bore a charmed life. I've seen him go down in a dogfight on the main street with 50 dogs on top of him, and, when they were separated, he'd appear on all his 4 legs unharmed, while 2 of the dogs that had been on top of him would be lying dead. I saw him steal a chunk of moose meat from Major Dinwiddie's cache so heavy that he could just keep 1 jump ahead of Mrs. Dinwiddie's squaw cook, who was after him with an axe. As he went up the hill after the squaw gave up, Major Dinwiddie himself came out and pumped his Winchester into the landscape. He emptied his magazine twice and never touched that spot. Then a policeman came along and arrested him for discharging firearms inside the city limits. Major Dinwiddie paid his fine, and Steve and I paid him for the moose meat at the rate of $1 a pound, bones and all. That was what he paid for it. Meat was high that year. I'm only telling what I saw with my own eyes. And now I'll tell you something also. I saw that spot fall through a waterhole. The ice was 3.5 feet thick, and the current sucked him under like a straw. 300 yards below was the big waterhole used by the hospital. Spot crawled out of the hospital waterhole, licked off the water, bit out the ice that had formed between his toes, trotted up the bank, and whipped a big Newfoundland belonging to the Gold Commissioner. In the fall of 1898, Steve and I poled up the Yukon on the last water, bound for Stewart River. We took the dogs along, all except Spot. We figured we'd been feeding him long enough. He'd cost us more time and trouble and money and grub than we'd got by selling him on the Chilkoot, especially grub. So Steve and I tied him down in the cabin and pulled our fright. We camped that night at the mouth of Indian River, and Steve and I were pretty facetious over having shaken him. Steve was a funny cuss, and I was just sitting up in the blankets and laughing when a tornado hit camp. The way that Spot walked into those dogs and gave them what for was hair-raising. Now, how did he get loose? It's up to you. I haven't any theory. And how did he get across the Klondike River? That's another lacer. And anyway, how did he know we'd gone up the Yukon? You see, we went by water, and he couldn't smell our tracks. Steve and I began to get superstitious about that dog. He got on our nerves too, and between you and me, we were just a mite afraid of him. The freeze-up came on when we were at the mouth of Henson Creek, and we traded him off for 2 sacks of flour to an outfit that was bound up White River after copper. Now that whole outfit was lost. Never trace nor hide nor hair of men, dogs, sleds, or anything was ever found. They dropped clean out of sight. It became one of the mysteries of the country. Steve and I plugged away up the Stewart, and 6 weeks afterward, that Spot crawled into camp. He was a perambulating skeleton, and could just drag along. But he got there. What I want to know is, who told him we were up the Stewart? He could have gone 1,000 other places. How did he know? You tell me, and I'll tell you. No losing him. At the Mayo, he started a row with an Indian dog. The buck who owned the dog took a swing at Spot with an axe, missed him, and killed his own dog. Talk about magic and turning bullets aside. I, for one, consider it a blamed sight harder to turn an axe aside with a big buck at the other end of it. And I saw him do it with my own eyes. That buck didn't want to kill his own dog. You've got to show me. I told you about Spot breaking into our meat cache. It was nearly the death of us. There wasn't any more meat to be killed, and meat was all we had to live on. The moose had gone back several hundred miles, and the Indians with them. There we were. Spring was on, and we had to wait for the river to break. We got pretty thin before we decided to eat the dogs, and we decided to eat Spot first. Do you know what that dog did? He sneaked. Now, how did he know our minds were made up to eat him? We sat up nights laying for him, but he never came back, and we ate the other dogs. We ate the whole team. And now for the sequel. You know what it is when a big river breaks up and a few billion tons of ice go out, jamming and milling and grinding. Just in the thick of it, when the Stewart went out, rumbling and roaring, we sighted Spot out in the middle. He'd got caught as he was trying to cross up above somewhere. Steve and I yelled and shouted and ran up and down the bank, tossing our hats in the air. Sometimes we'd stop and hug each other, We were that boisterous, for we saw Spot's finish. He didn't have a chance in a million. He didn't have any chance at all. After the ice run, we got into a canoe and pedalled down to the Yukon, and down the Yukon to Dawson, stopping to feed up for a week at the cabins at the mouth of Henson Creek. And as we came in to the bank at Dawson, there sat that Spot, waiting for us, his ears pricked up, his tail wagging, his mouth smiling, extending a hearty welcome to us. Now, how did he get out of that ice? How did he know we were coming to Dawson to the very hour and minute to be out there on the bank waiting for us? The more I think of that Spot, the more I am convinced that there are things in this world that go beyond science. On no scientific grounds can that Spot be explained. It's psychic phenomena, or mysticism, or something of that sort, I guess, with a lot of theosophy thrown in. The Klondike is a good country. I might have been there yet and become a millionaire if it hadn't been for Spot. He got on my nerves. I stood him for 2 years altogether, and then I guess my stamina broke. It was the summer of 1899 when I pulled out. I didn't say anything to Steve. I just sneaked. But I fixed it up all right. I wrote Steve a note and enclosed a package of rough-on rats, telling him what to do with it. I was worn down to skin and bone by that Spot, and I was that nervous that I'd jump and look around when there wasn't anybody within hailing distance. But it was astonishing the way I recuperated when I got quit of him. I got back 20 pounds before I arrived in San Francisco, and by the time I'd crossed the ferry to Oakland, I was my old self again, so that even my wife looked in vain for any change in me. Steve wrote to me once, and his letter seemed irritated. He took it kinda hard because I'd left him with Spot. Also, he said he'd used the rough-on rats per directions, and that there was nothing doing. A year went by. I was back in the office and prospering in all ways, even getting a bit fat. And then Steve arrived. He didn't look me up. I read his name in the steamer list and wondered why. But I didn't wander long. I got up one morning and found that Spot chained to the gatepost and holding up the milkman. Steve went north to Seattle, I learned, that very morning. I didn't put on any more weight. My wife made me buy him a collar and tag, and within an hour he showed his gratitude by killing her pet Persian cat. There is no getting rid of that Spot. He will be with me until I die, for he'll never die. My appetite is not so good since he arrived, and my wife says I am looking peaked. Last night, that Spot got into Mr. Harvey's henhouse. Harvey is my next-door neighbour, and killed 19 of his fancy-bred chickens. I shall have to pay for them. My neighbours on the other side quarrelled with my wife and then moved out. Spot was the cause of it. And that is why I am disappointed in Stephen McKay. I had no idea he was so mean a man. The End of That Spot by Jack London. Read by Adam Wybray.
There Was in Florence a Lady by Jeanette Lee. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. There Was in Florence a Lady by Jeanette Lee. Part 1. The soft wind of an Italian spring stirred among the leaves outside. The windows of the studio, left open to the morning air, were carefully shaded. The scent of mulberry blossoms drifted in. The chair on the model stand, adjusted to catch the light, was screened from the glare, and the light falling on the rich drapery flung across its back brought out a dull carmine in the slender, bell-shaped flowers nearby, and dark gleams of old oak in the carved chair. The chair was empty, but the two men in the studio were facing it, as if a presence were still there. The painter, sketching idly on the edge of his drawing board, leaned back to survey the child's head that developed under his pencil. "She will not come this morning, then?" he asked, almost indifferently. The older man shook his head. "She said not. She may change her mind." The painter glanced up quickly. He could see nothing in the face of the other, and he devoted himself anew to the child's head. "It does not matter," he said. "I can work on the background, if I feel like working at all," he added, after a moment's pause. The older man stared moodily at the floor. He flicked a pair of long riding gloves lightly through his fingers. He glanced toward the easel standing in front of the painter, a little to the left. "It is barbarous that you have had to waste so much time," he broke out. "How long is it?" "2. No, 3 years last Christmas time since you began, and there it stands." The figure on the easel, erect, tranquil, in the old chair, seemed to half shrug its shapely shoulders in defense of the unfinished face. He looked at it severely. The severity changed to something else. "And it is so perfect, damnably perfect," he said irritably. The artist raised his eyebrows the least trifle. A movement so slight might have indicated scrutiny of his own work. "You are off for the day?" he asked, glancing at the riding whip and hat on a table by the door. "Yes, I shall run up, perhaps, as far as Pistoia, going to see the new altarpiece." He took up the hat and whip. He waited, fingering them indecisively. "She seems to me more fickle than ever, this last month or two." "I see that she is restless." The painter spoke in a low tone, half hesitating. "I have wondered whether I had hoped that the bambino," he touched the figure lightly with his foot, "might not be needed." The other started. He stared at him a full minute. His eyes fell. "No, no such luck," he said brusquely. "It is only caprice." The draperies near him parted. A boyish figure appeared in the opening. "Castino wishes me to say that the musicians wait," said the youth. The painter rose and came toward him, a smile of pleasure on his face. "Tell them that there will be no sitting to-day, Salai," he said, laying his hand, half in greeting, half in caress, on the youth's shoulder. "Yes, signor." Salai saluted and withdrew. The painter turned again to the older man. "It was a happy thought of yours, Zano, the music. She delights in it. I almost caught one day last week, while they were playing, that curve above the lips." They stood for a moment in silence, looking toward the portrait. The memory of a haunting smile seemed to flicker across the shaded light. "Well, I am off." The man held out his hand. The artist hesitated a second. Then he raised his hand in his supple fingers and placed it to his lips. "A safe journey to you, signor," he said in playful formality. "And a safe return to find our Lady Lisa in better temper," laughed the other. The laugh passed behind the draperies. The artist remained standing, his eyes resting absently on the rich colors of the Venetian tapestry through which his friend had disappeared. His face was clouded with thought. He had the look of a man absorbed in a problem, who had come upon an unexpected complication. When the chessboard is a Florentine palace, and the pieces are 15th century human beings, such complications are likely to occur. The Lady Lisa had more than once given evidence that she was not carved of wood or ivory, but for 3 years the situation had remained the same: the husband unobservant, the lady capricious and wilful. She had shown the artist more kindness than he cared to recall. That was months ago. Of late he had found scant favor in her sight. It was better so. He crossed to the easel and stood looking down at it. The quiet figure on the canvas sent back a thrill of pride and dissatisfaction. He gazed at it bitterly. 3 years. But an eternal woman. Some day he should catch the secret of her smile and fix it there. The world would not forget her, or him. He should not go down to posterity as the builder of a canal. The great picture at the Dominicans already showed signs of fading. The equestrian statue of the Duke was crumbling in its clay. No one to pay for the casting. But this picture, for months, with its rippling light of undersea, its soft dreamy background, and in the foreground the mysterious figure, all was finished but the child upon her arm, and the smile of light in her eyes. The lady had flouted the idea. It was a fancy of her husband's to paint her as Madonna. She had refused to touch the Bambino, sometimes petulantly, sometimes in silent scorn. The tiny figure lay always on the studio floor, dusty and disarranged. The artist picked it up. It was an absurd little wooden face in the lace cap. He straightened the velvet mantle and smoothed the crumpled dress. He stepped to the model stand and placed the tiny figure in the draped chair. It rested stiffly against the arm. A light laugh caused him to turn his head. He was kneeling in front of the Bambino. "I see that you have supplied my place, Sir Painter," said a mocking voice. He turned quickly and faced the little doorway. She stood there, smiling, scornful, her hands full of some delicate flimsy stuff, a gold thimble cap on her finger. "It would not make a bad picture," she said tranquilly. "You and the Bambino." His face lighted up. "You have come!" He hastened toward her with outstretched hand. With a pretty gesture of the fragile sewing, she ignored the hand. "Yes, I dared not trust you. You might paint in the Bambino face instead of mine, by mistake." She approached the chair and seated herself carelessly. The Bambino slipped meekly through the arm to the floor. "Zano told me," he began. "Yes, I know. He was very tiresome. I thought he would never go. I really feared that we might quarrel. It is too warm." She glanced about the shaded room. "You manage it well," she said approvingly. "It is by far the coolest place in the palace." "You will be going to the mountains soon?" He saw that she was talking lightly to cover herself, and fell in with her mood. He watched her as he arranged the easel and prepared his colors. Once he stopped and sketched rapidly for a minute on the small drawing board. She looked inquiry. "Only an eyebrow," he explained. She smiled serenely. "You should make a collection of those eyebrows. They must mount into the hundreds by this time. You could label them 'Characters of the Lady Lisa.'" "The souls of Lady Lisa." The lady turned her head aside. "Your distinctions are too subtle," she said. Her eye fell on the Bambino, resting disgracefully on its wooden head. "Poor little figurine," she murmured, reaching a slender hand to draw it up. She straightened the tumbled finery absently. It slipped to her lap and lay there. Her hands were idle, her eyes looking far into space. The painter worked rapidly. She stirred lightly. "Sit still," he said, almost harshly. She gave a quick, startled look. She glanced at the rigid little figure. She raised it for a minute. Her face grew inscrutable. Would she laugh or cry? He worked with hasty, snatched glances. Such a moment would not come again. A fitting crash startled him from the canvas. He looked up. The Bambino lay in a pathetic heap on the floor, scattered with fragments of a rare Venetian glass. She sat erect and imperious, looking with scorn at the wreck. Two great tears welled. They overflowed. The floods pressed behind them. She dropped her face in her hands. Before he could reach her, she had darted from the chair. The mask of scorn was gone. She fled from him, from herself, blindly, stopping only when the wall of the studio intervened. She stood with her face buried in the drapery, her shoulders wrenched with sobs. He approached her. He waited. The Bambino lay with its wooden face staring at the ceiling. It was a crisis for them all. The next move would determine everything. He must not risk too much again. The picture, art, hung on her sobs. Lover? Artist? He paused a second too long. She turned toward him slowly, serenely. Her glance fell across him, level and tranquil. The traces of ignored tears lay in smiling drops on her face. The softened scorn played across it. "Shall we finish the sitting?" she asked, in a conventional voice. He took up his brush uncertainly. She seated herself, gathering up the scattered work. For a few moments she sewed rapidly. Then the soft fabric fell to her lap. She sat looking before her, unconscious, except that her glance seemed to rest now and then on the fallen figure in its fragments of glass. For 2 hours he worked feverishly, painting with swiftest skill and power. At times he caught his breath at the revelation in the face. He was too alert to be human. The artist forgot the woman. Faithfully, line by line, he laid bare her heart. She sat unmoved. When at last, from sheer weariness, the brush dropped from his hand, she stepped from the model stand and stood at his side. She looked at the canvas attentively. The inscrutable look of the painted face seemed but a faint reflex of the living one. "You have succeeded well," she said at last. "We will omit the Bambino." She moved slowly, graciously, toward the door, gathering the fragile sewing as she went. He started toward her, suddenly conscious of her power, a man again. A parting of the draperies arrested them. It was Saleh, his face agitated, looking from the lady to the painter, inarticulate. "The Signor," he gasped. "His horse, they bring him, dead." She stirred slightly where she stood. Her eyelids fell. "Go, Saleh. Await your master's commands in the hall below." She turned to the painter as the draperies closed. "I trust that you will make all use of our service, Signor Leonardo. In removing from the palace, the apartments will, I fear, be needed for relatives. They will come to honor the dead." He stood for a moment, stupefied, aghast at her control of practical, feminine detail, then moved toward her. "Lisa." She motioned toward the easel. "Payment for the picture will be sent you soon." "The picture goes with me. It is not finished." "It is well." She bowed mockingly. The little door swung noiselessly behind her. He was left alone with the portrait. It was looking sideways at the fallen Bambino, amid the shattered fragments on the floor. Part 2. It was the French monarch. He fluttered restlessly about the studio, urbane, enthusiastic. He paused to finger some ingenious toy, to praise some drawing or bit of sunlit color that caught his fancy. The painter, smiling at the frank enthusiasm, followed leisurely from room to room. The wandering Milanese villa was a treasure house. Bits of marble and clay, curious mechanical contrivances, winged creatures, bats and creeping things mingled with the canvases. Color and line ran riot on the walls. A few finished pieces had been placed on easels in convenient light, for the royal inspection. Each of these, in turn, the volatile monarch had exalted. He had declared that everything in the villa, including the gifted owner, must return with him to France. "That is a place for men like you!" he exclaimed, standing before a small, exquisitely finished Madonna. "What do these Milanese know of art? Or the Florentines, for that matter? Your Last Supper! I saw it last week. It is a blur. Would that the sainted Louis might have taken it bodily, stone by stone, to our France, as he longed to do. You will see, the mere copy has more honor with us than the original here. Come with us," he added, persuasively, laying his hand on the painter's shabby sleeve. The painter looked down from his height on the royal suitor. "You do me too much honor, sire. I am an old man." "You are Leonardo da Vinci," said the other stoutly, "the painter of these pictures. I shall carry them all away, and you will have to follow," laughed the monarch. "I will not leave one." He rummaged gaily in the unfinished debris, bringing out with each turn some new theme of delight. The painter stood by, waiting, alert, a trifle uneasy, it might seem. "And now, sire, shall we see the view from the little western turret?" "One moment. Ah, what have we here?" He turned the canvas to the light. The figure against the quaint landscape looked out with level, smiling glance. He fell upon his knees before it. "Ah, marvelous, marvelous!" he murmured in naive delight. He remained long before it, absorbed, forgetful. At last he rose. He lifted the picture and placed it on an easel. "Is she yet alive?" he demanded, turning to the painter. "She lives in Florence, sire." "And her name?" "Signora Lisa della Gioconda." "Her husband?" "It matters not." "Dead these 10 years." "And children?" "A boy, born shortly after the husband's death," he added, after a slight pause. "Shall we proceed to the turret? The light changes fast at sunset." "Presently, presently. The portrait must be mine. The original. We shall see, we shall see." "Nay, your Majesty, the portrait is unfinished." "Unfinished?" He stared at it anew. "Impossible. It is perfect." "There was to be a child." "Ah!" The monarch gazed at it intently for many minutes. The portrait returned the royal look in kind. He broke into a light laugh. "You did well to omit the child," he said. "Come, we will see the famous sunset now." He turned to the regal figure on the easel. "Adieu, Monna Lisa. I come for you again." He kissed his fingers with airy grace. He fluttered out. The mocking, sidelong glance followed him. III. The western sun filled the room. On a couch drawn near the low French window lay the painter. His eyes looked across the valley to a long line of poplars, silver in the wind. Like a strange processional up the hill they held him. They came from Lombardy. In the brazier across the room burned a flickering fire. Even on the warmest days he shivered for sunnier skies. Above the fire hung a picture, a woman seated in a rock-bound circle, looking tranquilly out upon the world of life. The painter touched a silver bell that stood on a table at hand. A figure entered. It crossed to the window. The face was turned in shadow. It waited. "Has our good physician gone, Francesco?" asked the painter. Francesco bowed. There was silence in the room except for the fire. "What does he say of us today?" The youth brushed his hand across his eyes impatiently. "He always croaks. He is never hopeful." He approached the couch and knelt by it, his face in the shadow still. The painter lay tranquil, watching the poplars. "Why grieve? An exile has not so many joys that he need fear to lose them, Francesco." The younger man made no reply. He was adjusting the pillows. He slipped a fresh one beneath the long white hair. The locks strayed in a dull silvery glimmer over it. "Ah, that is good," murmured the old man. "Your hand is like a woman's. I have not known many women," he said, after a pause, "but I have not been lonely. Friends are faithful." He pressed the youth's warm hand. "His Majesty?" The voice ended with a question. "No, master, but there is yet time. He often comes at sunset. See how bright it grows." The painter turned his head. He looked long. "Tell us what the wise physician said, Francesco. Will it be soon?" "Nay, master, I know not. He said if you have any wishes. Ah, yes. He lay musing, his eyes looking across the room. There will be few bequests. My pictures, they are mine no longer. Should a painter barter the sons and daughters of his soul? Gold cannot buy. They are mine. 4,000 shining gold pieces Francis put into my hand. He took away the Lisa. He would not be refused. But I followed. I could not live without her. When a man is old, Francesco, his hand trembles. He must see something he has done, something perfect. He lay looking long at the portrait. And yet it is not finished. There was to be the child. He smiled dreamily. Poor bambino. His eyes rested again on the portrait. He smiled back upon it. Yes, you will live, he said softly. Francis will have you. You scorned him, but he was generous. He gave you back to me. You will be his and his children's. I have no child. At least, ah well, Francis will have you. Leda and Pomona will pass. The Dominican picture, all but gone. The hand of time has rested on my work. Crumbling, fading, nothing finished. I planned so much. Life runs, Francesco, while one sits and thinks. Nothing finished. My manuscripts, do with them what you will. I could not even write like other men, this poor left hand. He lifted the filmy lace ruffle falling across his hand. He smiled ironically at the costly folds as they fluttered from his fingers. A man is poor who has few wants. Then I have not been poor. But there is nothing left. It will be an empty name. Silence fell between them. There is in Florence a lady. You must seek for her, Francesco. She is rich and beautiful. She did me once a kindness. I should like her. This ring. He slipped it from his finger. A heavy stone, deep green, with translucent lights. It was my father's crest. He gave it to my mother, not his wife, a woman, faithful. She put it on my finger when she died, a peasant woman. Tell the lady when you give it to her. She has a son. Tell her. The voice fell, hushed. The young man waited, with bowed head. He looked up. He started quickly, and leaned his ear to listen. Then he folded the hands across the quiet breast. He passed swiftly from the silent chamber down to the courtyard, out on the king's highway, mounted and fleet. The French king was riding merrily. He caroled a gay chanson. His retinue followed at a distance. Francesco Melzi saluted and drew rein. He spoke a word in the monarch's ear. The two men stood with uncovered heads. They looked toward the western windows. The gay cavalcade halted in the glow of light. A hush fell on their chatter. The windows flamed in the crimson flood. Within the room, above the gleaming coals, a woman of eternal youth looked down with tranquil gaze upon an old man's face. End of There Was in Florence a Lady, by Jeanette Lee.
Tom's Money by Harriet Prescott Spofford. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. To find out more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Tom's Money by Harriet Prescott Spofford. Read by Don Jenkins. Mrs. Lawton had found what she had been looking for all her life, the man under her bed. Every night of her nearly 30 years of existence this pretty little person had stooped on her knees before saying her prayers and had investigated the space beneath her bed, a light brass affair hung with a chintz valance; had then peered beneath the dark recess of the dressing-case, and having looked in the deep drawer of the bureau and into the closet, she fastened her door and felt as secure as a snail in a shell. As she never, in this particular business, seemed to have any confidence in Mr. Lawton, in spite of the fact that she admired him and adored him, Neither his presence nor his absence ever made any variation in the performance. She had gone through the motions, however, for so long a time that they had come to be in a manner perfunctory, and the start she received this night of which I speak made her prayers quite impossible. What was she to do? She, a coward par eminence, known to be the most timorous of the whole family, her tremors at all sorts of imagined dangers affording laughter to the flock of sisters and brothers. Should she stay on her knees after having seen that dark shape, as if going on with her prayers while revolving some plan of procedure? That was out of the question. Scream? She couldn't have screamed to save her life. Run? She could no more have set one foot above the other than if her body had melted from the waist down. She was deadly faint and cold and shaking, and all in a second, in the fraction of a second, before she had risen from her stooping posture. Oh, why wasn't it Virginia instead? Virginia had always had such heroic plans of making the man come out of his hiding place at the point of her pistol. And Virginia could cock a pistol and wasn't covered with cold shivers at the sight of one, as she was. If it had only been Francie, whose shrill voice could have been heard over the side of the earth, or Juliet, whose long legs would have left burglar and house, too, in the background between the opening and slamming of a door. Either of them was so much more fit than she, the chicken-hearted one of the family, to cope with this creature. And they were all gone to the wedding with Fred, and would not be home until tomorrow. And Tom had just returned from town and handed her his roll of bills and told her to take care of it till he came back from galloping down to the works with Jules. And she had tucked it into her belt, and had asked him a little quakingly, what if any of the men of the Dead Line that they had heard of, or Red Dan, or an Apache came along? And he had laughed and said she had better ask them in and reproach them for making such strangers of themselves as not to have called in the 2 years she had been in this part of the country. And she had the 2 maids with her, and he should be back directly. And she had looked out after him a moment over the wide prairie to the hills, all bathed in moonlight, and felt as if she were a spirit alone in a dead world. And here she was now, the 2 maids away in the little wing, locked out by the main house, alone with a burglar, and not another being nearer than the works, a half-mile off. How did this man know that she was without any help here? How did he know that Tom was coming back with the money to pay the men that night? How did he happen to be aware that Tom's money was all in the house? Evidently he was one of the men. No one else could have known anything about it. If that money was taken, nobody would believe the story. Tom would be cashiered. He could never live through the disgrace. He would die of a broken heart, and she of another. They had come out to this remote and lonesome country to build up a home and a fortune, and so many people would be stricken with them. What a mischance for her to be left with the whole thing in her hands, her little, weak, trembling hands. Tom's honor, his good name and his success, their fortune, the welfare of the whole family, the livelihood of all the men, the safety of the enterprise. What made Tom risk things so? How could he put her in such jeopardy? To be sure, he thought the dogs would be safeguard enough, but they had gone scouring after him. And if they hadn't, how could dogs help her with a man under the bed? It was worse than any loss of money to have such a wretch as this so near one, so shudderingly, so awfully near, to be so close as this to the bottomless pit itself. What was she to do? Escape? The possibility did not cross her mind. Not once did she think of letting Tom's money go. All but annihilated by terror in the heartbeat, she herself was the last thing she thought of. Light and electricity are swift, but thought is swifter. As I said, this was all in the fraction of a second. Then Mrs. Lawton was on her feet again, and before a pendulum could have more than swung backward, the man must know she saw him. She took the light brass bedstead and sent it rolling away from her with all her might and main, leaving the creature uncovered. He lay easily on one side, a stout little club like a policeman's billy in his hand, some weapons gleaming in his belt, putting up the other hand to grasp the bedstead as it rolled away. "You look pretty, don't you?" said she. Perhaps this was as much of a shock to the man as his appearance had been to her. He was not acquainted with the saying that it is only the unexpected that happens. "Get up," said she. "I'll be a man if I was a man. Get up. I'm not going to hurt you." If the intruder had any sense of humor, this might have touched it. The idea of this little fairy queen of a woman, almost small enough to have stepped out of a rain lily, hurting him. But it was so different from what she had been awaiting that it startled him. And then, perhaps he had some of the superstition that usually haunts the evil and ignorant, and felt that such small women were uncanny. He was on his feet now, towering over her. "No," he said gruffly, "I don't suppose you're going to hurt me. And I'm not going to hurt you if you hand over the money." "What money?" opening her eyes with a wide sort of astonishment. "Come, none of your lip. I want that money." "Why, I haven't any money. Oh, yes, I have, to be sure, but—" "I thought you'd remember it," said the man with a grin. "But I want it!" she exclaimed. "I want it too," said he. "Oh, it wouldn't do you any good," she reasoned. $15, and it's all the money I've got in the world." "I don't want no $15, said the man. "And I don't want none of your chinning. I want the money your husband's going to pay off with." "Oh, Tom's money!" in quite a tone of relief. "Oh, I haven't anything to do with Tom's money. If you can get any money out of Tom, it's more than I can do. And I wouldn't advise you to try either, for he always carries a pistol in the same pocket with it, and he's covered all over with knives and derringers and bulldogs, so that sometimes I don't like to go near him until he's unloaded. You have to in this country of desperadoes, you see." "Yes, I see, you little hen-sparrer," his eyes coming back to her from a survey of the room, "that you've got Tom's money in the house somewhere and would like to throw me off the scent." "If I had," she said, "you'd only get it across my dead body. Hadn't you better look for it, and have me tell you when you're hot and when you're cold?" "Come," he said again, "I've had enough of your slack." "You're not very polite," she said, with something like a pout. "People in my line aren't," he answered grimly. "I want that money, and I want it now. I've no time to lose. I'd rather come by it peaceable," he growled. "But if—" "Well, if you can take it, of course, you're the stronger, but I told you before it's all I have, and I've very particular use for it. You just sit down," she cried, indicating a chair, with the air of having really been alone so long in these desolate regions as to be glad of having someone to talk to, and throwing herself into the big one opposite, because, in truth, she could not stand up another moment. And perhaps feeling as if a wren were expostulating with him about robbing her nest, the man dropped the angry arm with which he had threatened her, and leaned over the back of the chair. "There it is," she said, "right under your hand all the time. You won't have to rip up the mattress for it, or rummage the clothes-press, or hunt through the broken crockery on the top shelves of the kitchen cupboard," she ran on, as if she were delighted to hear the sound of her own voice and couldn't talk fast enough. "I always leave my purse on the dressing-case, though Tom has told me time and time again it wasn't safe. But out here—" "Stop!" thundered the man. "If you know enough to stop, stop, or I'll cut your cursed tongue out and make you stop. And then I suppose you'd gurgle. That's not what I want, though I'll take it. I've told you time and again that I want the paymaster's money. That isn't right under my hand, and where is it? I'll put daylight through that little false heart of yours if you don't give it to me without 5 more words." "And I've told you just as often that I've nothing to do with the paymaster's money, and I wish you would put daylight anywhere, for then my husband would come home and make an end of you." And with the great limpid tears overflowing her blue eyes, Rose Lawton knew that the face she turned up at him was enough to melt the sternest heart going. "Do you mean to tell me," said he, evidently wavering, and possibly inclining to doubt if, after all, she were not telling the truth, as no man in his senses would leave such a sum of money in the keeping of such a simpleton. "I don't mean to tell you anything," she cried. "You won't believe a word I say, and I never had anyone doubt my word before. I hate to have you take that $15, though. You never would in the world if you knew how much self-denial it stands for. Every time I think I would like an ice cream out in this wilderness, where you might as well ask for an iceberg, I've made Tom give me the price of one. You wouldn't find anything but ribbons there. And when I've felt as if I should go wild and could have a box of Hyler's candy, I've made Tom give me the price of that. There's only powder and tweezers and frizzes in those boxes," as he went over the top of the dressing-case, still keeping a lookout on her. "And when we were all out of lager and Apollinaris, Tom couldn't—"
That's my laces, and I wish you wouldn't finger them. I don't believe your hands are clean. When Tom couldn't get anything to drink, I made him put the price of a drink, and lots of 10-cent pieces came that way, but I don't imagine you care to hear about all that. What makes you look at me so?" For the man had left his search again, and his glance was piercing her through and through. "Oh, your eyes are like augers turning to live coals," she cried. "Is that the way you look at your wife? Do you look at your children the same way?" "That lay won't work," said he with another grin. "I ain't got no feelings to work on. I ain't got no wife or kids." "I'm sure that's fortunate," said Mrs. Lawton. "A family wouldn't have any peace of their lives with you following such a dangerous business. And they couldn't see much of you either. I must say I think you'd be a great deal happier if you reformed. If you left this business and took up a quarter section and had a wife and—" "Look here," cried the man, his patience gone. "Are you a fool, or are you bluffing me? I've a mind to knock your head in," he cried, "and hunt the house over for myself. I would if there was time." "You wouldn't find anything if you did," she returned, leaning back in the chair. "I've looked often enough when I thought Tom had some money. I never found any. What are you going to do now?" with a cry of alarm at his movement. "I'm going to tie you hand and foot first." "Oh, I wouldn't. I'd rather you wouldn't, really. I promise you. I won't leave this chair." "I don't mean you shall." "Oh, how can you treat me so?" she exclaimed, lifting up her streaming face. "You don't look like a person to treat a woman so. I don't like to be tied. It makes me feel so helpless." "What kind of dumb fool be you, anyway?" said the man, stopping a moment to stare at her. And he made a step then toward the high chest of drawers, half bureau, half writing desk, for a ball of tape he saw lying there. "Oh!" she cried, remembering the tar baby. Don't go there! For mercy's sake, don't go there!" raising her voice till it was like the wind in the chimney. "Oh, please don't go there!" At which, as if feeling morally, or rather immorally, sure that what he had come for was in that spot, he seized the handles of the drawer, and down fell the lid upon his head with a whack that jammed his head over his eyes and blinded him with pain and fury for an instant. And in that instant she had whipped the roll of money from her belt and dropped it underneath her chair. "I knew it!" she cried. "I knew it would! It always does! I told you not to go!" "You shut your mouth, quick!" roared the man, with a splutter of oaths between each word. "That's right," she said, leaning over the arm of the chair, her face like a pitying saint's. "Don't mind me. I always tell Tom to swear when he jams his thumb. I know how it is myself when I'm driving a nail. It's a great relief. I'd put some cold water on your head, but I promised you I wouldn't stir out of the chair." The man went and sat down in the chair on whose back he had been leaning. "I swear I don't know what to make of you," said he, rubbing his head ruefully. "You can make friends with me," said she. "That's what you can do. I'm sure I've shown you that I'm friendly enough. I never believe any harm of anyone till I see it myself. I don't blame you for wanting the money. I'm always in want of money. I've told you you might take mine, though I don't want you to. But I shouldn't give you Tom's money even if I knew where it was. Tom would kill me if I did, and I might as well be killed by you as by Tom, and better. You can make friends with me, and be some protection to me till my husband comes. I'm expecting him and Jules every moment." The man started to his feet. "Do you see that?" he cried, holding his revolver under her nose. "Look right into that gun. We'll have no more fooling. It'll be your last look if you don't tell me where that money is before I count 3. She put out her hand and calmly moved it aside. "I've looked into those things ever since I've lived on the prairie," said she, "and I dare say it won't go off. Mine won't. Besides, I know very well you wouldn't shoot a woman, and you can't make bricks without straw, and then I've told you I don't know anything about that money." "You are a game one," said he. "No, I'm not," she replied. "I'm the most tremendous coward. I've come out here in this wild country to live, and I'm alone a great deal, and quake at every sound, and every creak of a timber, every rustle of the grass, and you wouldn't know anything about what it is to have your heart stand still with horror of a wild beast, or a wild Indian, or a deserter, a deserting soldier. There's a great Apache down there now, stretched out on his blanket, on the floor, before the fire in the kitchen. And I came up here as quick as I could to lock the door behind us and sit up till Tom came home, and I declare I never was so thankful in all my life as I was just now to see a white face when I looked at you." "Well, I'll be Apache!" cried the visitor. "See here, little one, you've saved your husband's money for him. You're a double handful of pluck. I haven't any idea but you know where it's hid, but I've got to be making tracks. If it wasn't for waking that Apache, I'd leave Red Dan's handwriting on the wall." and almost while he was speaking he had swung himself out of the window to the roof of the porch and had dropped to the ground and made off. Mrs. Lawton waited till she thought he must be out of hearing, leaning out as if she were gazing at the moon. Then she softly shut and fastened the sash, and crept with shaking limbs to the door and unlocked it, and fell in a dead faint across the threshold. And there, when he returned some 3/4 of an hour later, Tom found her. "Oh, Tom!" she sobbed when she became conscious that she was lying in his arms, his heart beating like a trip hammer, his voice hoarse with fright as he implored her to open her eyes. "Is there an Apache in the kitchen?" End of Tom's Money by Harriet Prescott Spofford. Read by Don Jenkins.
Uncle Bentley and the Roosters by Hayden Carruth. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Uncle Bentley and the Roosters by Hayden Carruth. The burden of Uncle Bentley has always rested heavily on our town. Having not a shadow of business to attend to, he has made other people's business his own, and looked after it in season and out, especially out. If there is a thing which nobody wants done, to this Uncle Bentley applies his busy hand. One warm summer Sunday we were all at church. Our pastor had taken the passage on turning the other cheek, or one akin to it, for his text, and was preaching on peace and quiet and non-resistance. He soon had us in a devout mood which must have been beautiful to see and encouraging to the good man. Of course, Uncle Bentley was there. He always was, and forever in a front pew, with his neck craned up looking backward to see if there was anything that didn't need doing which he could do. He always tinkered with the fires in the winter and fussed with the windows in the summer and did his worst with each. His strongest church point was ushering. Not content to usher the stranger within our gates, he would usher all of us, and always thrust us into pews with just the people we didn't want to sit with. If you failed to follow him when he took you in tow, he would stop and look back reproachfully, describing mighty indrawing curves with his arm, and if you pretended not to see him, he would give a low whistle to attract your attention, the arm working right along like a Holland windmill. On this particular warm summer Sunday, Uncle Bentley was in place wearing his long, full-skirted coat, a queer dark bottle green purplish blue. He had ushered to his own exceeding joy and got 2 men in one pew and given them a single hymn book, who wouldn't on weekdays speak to each other. I ought to mention that we had long before made a verb of Uncle Bentley. To Uncle Bentley was to do the wrong thing. It was a regular verb. Uncle Bentley, Uncle Bentley'd, Uncle Bentleying. Those 2 rampant enemies in the same pew had been Uncle Bentley. The minister was floating along smoothly on the subject of peace when Uncle Bentley was observed to throw up his head. He had heard a sound outside. It was really nothing but one of Deacon Plummer's young roosters crowing. The deacon lived near, and vocal offerings from his poultry were frequent and had ceased to interest anyone except Uncle Bentley. Then, in the pauses between the preacher's periods, we heard the flapping of wings, with sudden stoppings and startings. Those unregenerate fowls, unable to understand the good man's words, were fighting. Even this didn't interest us. We were committed to peace. But Uncle Bentley shot up like a jack-in-the-box and cantered down the aisle. Of course, his notion was that the roosters were disturbing the services and that it was his duty to go out and stop them. We heard vigorous "Shoes!" and "Take that's!" and "Consarn yous!" And then Uncle Bentley came back looking very important, and as he stalked up the aisle he glanced around and nodded his head, saying as clearly as words, "There! Where would you be without me?" Another defiant crow floated in at the window. The next moment the rushing and beating of wings began again, and down the aisle went Uncle Bentley, the long tails of that coat fairly floating like a cloud behind him. There was further uproar outside, and Uncle Bentley was back in his place, this time turning around and whispering hoarsely, "I fixed 'em." But such was not the case, for twice more the very same thing was repeated. The last time Uncle Bentley came back he wore a calm, snug expression, as who should say, "Now I have fixed 'em." We should have liked it better if the roosters had fixed Uncle Bentley, but nobody paid much attention except Deacon Plummer. The thought occurred to him that perhaps Uncle Bentley had killed the fowls, but he hadn't. However, there was no more disturbance without, and after a time the sermon closed. There was some sort of special collection to be taken up. Of course, Uncle Bentley always insisted on taking up all the collections. He hopped up on this occasion and seized the plate with more than usual vigor. His struggles with the roosters had evidently stimulated him. He soon made the rounds and approached the table in front of the pulpit to deposit his harvest. As he did so, we saw to our horror that the long tails of that ridiculous coat were violently agitated. A sickening suspicion came over us. The next moment one of those belligerent young roosters thrust a head out of either of those coat-tail pockets. One uttered a raucous crow, the other made a vicious dab. Uncle Bentley dropped the plate with a scattering of coin, seized a coat skirt in each hand, and threw it front. This dumped both fowls out on the floor, where they went at it hammer and tongs. What happened after this is a blur in most of our memories. All that is certain is that there was an uproar in the congregation, especially the younger portion, that the deacon began making unsuccessful dives for his poultry, that the organist struck up "Onward, Christian Soldiers," and that the minister waved us away without a benediction amid loud shouts of "Shoo!" "I swanny!" and "Drat the pesky critters" from your Uncle Bentley. Did it serve to subdue Uncle Bentley? Not in the least. He survived to do worse things. End of Uncle Bentley and the Roosters by Hayden Carruth. Recorded by Don Jenkins.
The Walking Woman by Mary Hunter Austin. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The first time of my hearing of her was at Trembler. We had come all one day between blunt, whitish cliffs, rising from mirage water, with a thick pale wake of dust billowing from the wheels, all the dead wall of the foothills sliding and shimmering with heat, to learn that the Walking Woman had passed us, somewhere in the dizzying dimness, going down to the Talares on her own feet. We heard of her again in the carousel, and again at Adobe Station, where she had passed a week before the shearing. And at last I had a glimpse of her at the 18-mile house as I went hurriedly northward on the Mojave stage. And afterward, sheep-herders at whose camps she slept, and cowboys at rodeos, told me as much of her way of life as they could understand. Like enough they told her as much of mine. That was very little. She was the Walking Woman, and no one knew her name, but because she was a sort of whom men speak respectfully, they called her to her face Mrs. Walker, and she answered to it if she was so inclined. She came and went about our western world on no discoverable errand, and whether she had some place of refuge where she lay by in the interim, or whether between her seldom unaccountable appearances in our quarter she went on steadily walking, was never learned. She came and went, oftenest in a kind of muse of travel which the untrammelled space begets, or at rare intervals flooding wondrously with talk, never of herself, but of things she had known and seen. She must have seen some rare happenings, too, by report. She was at Maverick the time of the big snow, and at Tres Pinos when they brought home the body of Morena. And if anybody could have told whether de Borba killed Mariana for spite or defence, it would have been she, only she could not be found when most wanted. She was at Tunawai at the time of the cloudburst, and if she had cared for it, could have known most desirable things of the ways of trail-making, burrow-habiting small things. All of which should have made her worth meeting, though it was not, in fact, for such things I was wishful to meet her, and, as it turned out, it was not of those things we talked when at last we came together. For one thing, She was a woman, not old, who had gone about alone in a country where the number of women is as 1 in 15. She had eaten and slept at the herders' camps, and laid by for days at one-man stations, whose masters had no other touch of humankind than the passing of chance prospectors or the halting of the tri-weekly stage. She had been set on her way by teamsters who lifted her out of white-hot desertness and put her down at the crossing of unnamed ways, days distant from anywhere. And through all this she passed unarmed and unoffended. I had the best testimony to this, the witness of the men themselves. I think they talked of it because they were so much surprised at it. It was not, on the whole, what they expected of themselves. Well I understand that nature which wastes its borders with too eager burning, beyond which rim of desolation it flares forever quick and white, and have had some inkling of the isolating calm of a desire too high to stoop to satisfaction. But you could not think of these things pertaining to the walking woman, and if there were ever any truth in the exemption from offence residing in a frame of behaviour called ladylike, it should have been inoperative here. What this really means is that you get no affront so long as your behaviour in the estimate of the particular audience invites none. In the estimate of the particular audience, conduct which affords protection in Mayfair gets you no consideration in Maverick. And by no canon could it be considered ladylike to go about on your own feet, with a blanket and a black bag, and almost no money in your purse, in and about the haunts of rude and solitary men. There were other things that pointed the wish for a personal encounter with the walking woman. One of them was the contradiction of reports of her, as to whether she was comely, for example. Report said yes, and again, plain to the point of deformity. She had a twist to her face, some said, a hitch to one shoulder. They averred she limped as she walked. But by the distance she covered, she should have been straight and young. As to sanity, equal in certitude. On the mere evidence of her way of life, she was cracked, not quite broken, but unserviceable. Yet in her talk there was both wisdom and information, and the word she brought about trails and waterholes was as reliable as an Indian's. By her own account, she had begun by walking off an illness. There had been an invalid to be taken care of for years, leaving her at last broken in body, and with no recourse but her own feet to carry her out of that predicament. It seemed there had been, besides the death of her invalid, some other worrying affairs, upon which, and the nature of her illness, she was never quite clear, so that it might well have been an unsoundness of mind which drove her to the open, sobered and healed at last by the large soundness of nature. It must have been about that time that she lost her name. I am convinced that she never told it, because she did not know it herself. She was the walking woman, and the country people called her Mrs. Walker. At the time I knew her, though she wore short hair and man's boots, and had a fine down over all her face from exposure to the weather, she was perfectly sweet and sane. I had met her occasionally at ranch houses and road stations, and had got as much acquaintance as the place allowed, but for the things I wished to know there wanted a time of leisure and isolation. And when the occasion came, we talked altogether of other things. It was at Warm Springs, in the Little Antelope, I came upon her in the heart of a clear forenoon. The spring lies a mile off from the main trail, and has the only trees about it known in that country. First you come upon a pool of waste, full of weeds of a poisonous dark green, every reed ringed about the water level with a muddy white incrustation. Then the 3 oaks appear, staggering on the slope, and the spring sobs and blubbers below them in ashy-coloured mud. All the hills of that country have the down plunge toward the desert, and back abruptly towards the Sierra. The grass is thick and brittle, and bleached a straw colour toward the end of the season. As I rode up the swale of the spring, I saw the walking woman sitting where the grass was deepest, with her black bag and blanket, which she carried on a stick, beside her. It was one of those days when the genius of talk flows as smoothly as the rivers of mirage through the blue, hot desert morning. You are not to suppose that in my report of a borderer I give you the words only, but the full meaning of the speech. Very often the words are merely the punctuation of thought, rather the crests of the long waves of intercommunicative silences. Yet the speech of the walking woman was fuller than most. The best of our talk that day began in some dropped word of hers, from which I inferred that she had had a child. I was surprised at that, and then wondered why I should have been surprised, for it is the most natural of all experiences to have children. I said something of that purport, and also that it was one of the perquisites of living I should be least willing to do without. And that led to the walking woman saying that there were 3 things which, if you had known, you could cut out all the rest, and they were good any way you got them, but best if, as in her case, they were related to and grew each one out of the others. It was while she talked that I decided that she really did have a twist to her face, a sort of natural warp or skew into which it fell when it was worn merely as a countenance, but which disappeared the moment it became the vehicle of thought or feeling. The first of the experiences the walking woman had found most worthwhile had come to her in a sandstorm on the south slope of Tehachapi in a dateless spring. I judged it should have been about the time she began to find herself, after the period of worry and loss in which her wandering began. She had come, in a day pricked full of intimations of a storm, to the camp of Phil and Gerald, whose companion shepherd had gone a 3 days' pasear to Mojave for supplies. Gerald was of great hardihood, red-blooded, of a full laughing eye, and an indubitable spark for women. It was the season of the year when there is a soft bloom on the days, but the nights are cowering cold, and the lambs tender, not yet flockwise. At such times a sandstorm works incalculable disaster. The lift of the wind is so great that the whole surface of the ground appears to travel upon it slantwise, thinning out miles high in air. In the intolerable smother the lambs are lost from the ewes, neither dogs nor man make headway against it. The morning flared through a horizon of yellow smudge, and by mid-forenoon the flock broke. There were but the 2 of us to deal with the trouble, said the walking woman. Until that time I had not known how strong I was, nor how good it is to run when running is worth while. The flock travelled down the wind, the sand bit our faces, we called, and after a time heard the words broken and beaten small by the wind. But after a while we had not to call. At the time of our running in the yellow dusk of day and the black dark of night, I knew where Phelan was. A flock length away I knew him. Feel? What should I feel? I knew. I ran with the flock, and turned it this way and that as Phelan would have. Such was the force of the wind that when we came together we held by one another and talked a little between pantings. We snatched and ate what we could as we ran. All that day and night, until the next afternoon, the camp kit was not out of the kayaks. But we held the flock. We herded them under a butt when the wind fell off a little, and the lambs sucked. When the storm rose they broke, but we kept upon their track and brought them together again. At night the wind quieted, and we slept by turns. At least Phelan slept. I lay on the ground when my turn was, tired and beat with the storm. I was no more tired than the earth was. The sand filled in the creases of the blanket, and where I turned dripped back upon the ground. But we saved the sheep. Some ewes there were that would not give down their milk because of the worry of the storm, and the lambs died. But we kept the flock together, and I was not tired. The walking woman stretched out her arms and clasped herself, rocking in them as if she would have hugged the recollection to her breast. For you see, said she, I worked with a man, without excusing, without any burden on me of looking or seeming, not fiddling or fumbling as women work, and hoping it will all turn out for the best. It was not for Phelan to ask, "Can you?" or "Will you?" He said, "Do," and I did. And my work was good. We held the flock. "And that," said the Walking Woman, the twist coming in her face again, "is one of the things that makes you able to do without the others." "Yes," I said, and then, "What others?" "Oh," she said, as if it pricked her, "the looking and the seeming." And I had not thought until that time that one who had the courage to be the Walking Woman would have cared. We sat and looked at the pattern of the thick crushed grass on the slope, wavering in the fierce noon like the waterings in the coat of a tranquil beast. The ache of a world-old bitterness sobbed and whispered in the spring. At last, "It is by the looking and the seeming," said I, "that the opportunity finds you out." "Phelan found out," said the Walking Woman. She smiled, and went on from that to tell me how, when the wind went down about 4 o'clock, and left the afternoon clear and tender, the flock began to feed, and they had out the kit from the kayaks, and cooked a meal. When it was over, and Phelan had his pipe between his teeth, he came over from his side of the fire, of his own notion, and stretched himself on the ground beside her. Of his own notion. There was that in the way she said it that made it seem as if nothing of that sort had happened before to the Walking Woman, and for a moment I thought she was about to tell me of the things I wished to know. But she went on to say what Phelan had said to her of her work with the flock. Obvious, kindly things, such as any man in sheer decency would have said, so that there must have something more gone with the words to make them so treasured of the Walking Woman. "We were very comfortable," said she, "and not so tired as we expected to be." Phelan leaned upon his elbow. I had not noticed until then how broad he was in the shoulders and how strong in the arms. And we had saved the flock together. We felt that. There was something that said, together, in the slope of his shoulders towards me. It was around his mouth, and on the cheek high up under the shine of his eyes. And under the shine, the look that said, "We are of one sort and one mind." His eyes that were the colour of the flat water in the tulares. Do you know the look? I know it. The wind was stopped, and all the earth smelled of dust, and Phelan understood very well that what I had done with him I could not have done so well with another. And the look in the eyes. Ah, ah. I have always said, I will say again, I do not know why at this point the Walking Woman touched me. If it were merely a response to my unconscious throb of sympathy, or the unpremeditated way of her heart to declare that this, after all, was the best of all indispensable experiences, or in some flash of forward vision encompassing the unimpassioned years, the stir, the movement of tenderness were for me. But no. As often as I have thought of it, I have thought of a different reason, but no conclusive one, why the Walking Woman should have put out her hand and laid it on my arm. "To work together, to love together," said the Walking Woman, withdrawing her hand again. "There you have two of the things. The other you know." "The mouth at the breast," said I. "The lips and the hands," said the Walking Woman, "the little pushing hands and the small cry." There ensued a pause of fullest understanding, while the land before us swam in the noon, and a dove in the oaks behind the spring began to call. A little red fox came out of the hills and lapped delicately at the pool. "I stayed with Phelan until the fall," said she. all that summer in the Sierras until it was time to turn south on the trail. It was a good time, and longer than he could be expected to have loved one like me. And besides, I was no longer able to keep the trail. My baby was born in October. Whatever more there was to say to this, the Walking Woman's hand said it, straying with remembering gesture to her breast. There are so many ways of loving and working, but only one way of the firstborn. She added, after an interval, that she did not know if she would have given up her walking to keep at home and tend him, or whether the thought of her son's small feet, running beside her in the trails, would have driven her to the open again. The baby had not stayed long enough for that. "And whenever the wind blows in the night," said the Walking Woman, "I wake and wonder if he is well covered." She took up her black bag and her blanket. There was the ranch house at Dos Palos to be made before night, and she went as outliers do, without a hope expressed of another meeting, and no word of good-bye. She was the Walking Woman. That was it. She had walked off all sense of society-made values, and, knowing the best when the best came to her, was able to take it. Work, as I believed. Love, as the Walking Woman had proved it. A child, as you subscribed to it. But look you, it was the naked thing that the Walking Woman grasped, not dressed and tricked out, for instance, by prejudices in favour of certain occupations, and love, man-love, taken as it came, not picked over and rejected if it carried no obligation of permanency. And a child, any way you get it, a child is good to have, say nature and the Walking Woman. To have it, and not to wait upon a proper concurrence of so many decorations that the event may not come at all. At least one of us is wrong. To work, and to love, and to bear children, that sounds easy enough. But the way we live establishes so many things of much more importance. Far down the dim, hot valley, I could see the Walking Woman with her blanket and black bag over her shoulder. She had a queer, sidelong gait, as if, in fact, she had a twist all through her. Recollecting suddenly that people called her lame, I ran down to the open place below the spring where she had passed. There, in the bare, hot sand, the track of her 2 feet bore evenly and white. End of The Walking Woman by Mary Hunter Austin. Recording by Corrie Samuel.